Please come to order. Today is Tuesday, June the 4th, 2024. This is the 16th regular meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by the Reverend Kayla Smith. She is the pastor of Intergenerational Discipleship at Trevecca Community Church and is joined by her husband Eric and son Owen. Reverend Smith is the guest of District 11 Council Member Jeff Eastlick. Go ahead, Reverend.
Thank you. Will you all join me for prayer? God of unending welcome, we are grateful. We're grateful for the peace we find in your presence. Grateful for the gift of your nearness today. We are grateful that your nearness does not discriminate. You are both here in this place and also beside the displaced, the marginalized, the lonely. You both comfort the suffering and inspire those in leadership. You are both in contentment and in pain. You whisper to both the powerful and the powerless. Your nearness does not discriminate. Today we ask your presence, your guidance, your inspiration over Nashville's leaders. Give them holy imagination for what this city could be, that wholeness and thriving can become reality for us all. Give us all the humility to collaborate and to learn from one another, to hear your voice even in the voice of those with whom we disagree. After all, your nearness does not discriminate. We are grateful for your presence, God. Bless this gathering, we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you, Reverend Smith. Happy Pride Month. As always, we want to affirm that Nashville is a welcoming and loving city and make sure the public knows that this council is full of allies for the LGBTQ plus community. I want to extend a special thank you to Metro departments and employees and nonprofit organizations and partners supporting members of the LGBTQ plus community, especially our youth, as rates of suicide among LGBTQ young people in the United States are tragically high. According to a 2024 national survey by the Trevor Project, 1 in 10 LGBTQ plus youth attempted suicide last year, and 39% considered attempting suicide, including 46% of transgender and non-binary young people. 90% of LGBTQ plus youth say their mental health has been negatively impacted by recent politics. We affirm the dignity of all people and the goal that all members of the Nashville community will feel safe, respected, and supported in their interactions with their Metro Council and the policy work of this body. If council members have not already signed on, they can email metroclerk@nashville.gov to sign on to the Pride Month resolution. That's RS 2024-521 that is on our agenda this evening. A beloved part of Pride Month is, of course, the Pride Parade. So please mark your calendars, and I hope you will join me and members of the council at the Nashville Parade on June 22nd on Broadway downtown. Council members, LGBTQ Caucus Chair Benedict will be organizing along with Ms. Hayes in our office, so look for more information coming soon. Tonight is a big and potentially long night with our annual budget public hearing, and we look forward to hearing from the public shortly. So welcome and thank you all. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes of May 21st, 2024? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting of May 21st are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
Yes, there is a message. Dear Vice Mayor Henderson and members of council, pursuant to regulations of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office, the reports on debt obligations must be submitted to the Metropolitan Council and presented at a meeting of that body before filed with the Comptroller of the state. As previously approved by the Metropolitan Council, the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County Commercial Paper Note Series 2024, RS 2024-297, and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County Extendable Commercial Paper Note Series 2014, RS 2024-298, as amended, became effective May 9th, 2024. The $375 million Commercial Paper Note Series 2024 and the $325 million Extendable Commercial Paper Notes 2014 program are bond anticipation notes for capital projects. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these important financing initiatives. Sincerely, Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we're moving right into Section E of our agenda. This is an election. Members, I believe, have their tablets ready to go. And Chair Sepulveda, first, your committee report for the nominees for election to the Human Relations Commission, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the Human Relations Commission, consideration of nominees to fill 6 vacancies for a term expiring on April 18, 2027, with an election to be held on June 4, 2024, council meeting. The Rules Committee approved 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the following nominees: Garlinda Burden, Deborah Johnson, Whitney
Darren Johnson? Darren?
Sorry,
Yep.
I'm not looking that well. Yes, Darren Johnson, Whitney Pastoric, Heather Riddle, Shane Burgett, Michael Berger, Todd McKinney, Ben Tran, and Aaron Coleman.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, members' election to this commission requires 21 votes. Members may vote for up to 6 nominees to fill the 6 vacancies. Mr. Clerk, proceed with the vote. Are any members needing assistance with their tablets? Members of our ITS team are here. You can raise your hand if you need any assistance. Okay. Councilmember Prep T and Councilwoman Ewing, have you recorded? Okay. Our two stragglers, okay. Is that everybody, Mr. Clerk? Okay, all votes are in. Okay, let me just make a note. Okay, so we have at this juncture elected so far 5 members with 21 votes. So far, that is Mr. Ben Tran with 29 votes, Ms. Erin Coleman also with 29 votes, Darren Johnson with 28 votes, Whitney Pastrick with 26 votes, and 25 votes to Todd McKinney. If you will hold your applause till we conclude the full vote. Mr. Clerk, will you please coordinate a second vote from among the remaining 4 nominees? So council members, you will be voting for one, you will be electing one nominee from among Ms. Garlinda Burton, Mr. Shane Burkett, Ms. Riddle, and Mr. Berger. Okay? Members, it may take a little time to get your machine back in order. Mr. Clerk, will you share when the vote is ready? Okay, we're ready. Yes, please, Ms. Porterfield, you can stand for a point of order.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Point of order. Can we, just for the general knowledge, get the rule of how this works for the people that didn't make the 21 votes so that people will understand why we're not just voting between the tie? If we could just get that on the record.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So what we are doing is putting then the remaining folks back up to vote. So all former nominees are still in consideration. We do not have a rule particular to this, Ms. Porterfield, because as to the cutting it down, right, and going from there. And we have done that different ways in previous terms, but there are so many kind of combinations and permutations and eventualities if you were to, if this, then that, if this, then that. So we discussed it ahead of time, and I think in fairness, with 5 nominees having been elected, 4 nominees remaining, I think we owe it to those nominees to just put all 4 to the vote for the one remaining position.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Sure. Yes, please open the machine, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. Ms. Kimrow, are you seeking to vote? Thank you. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote for the one remaining nominee. Council has elected Shane. Oh, I apologize. We need to have I apologize. We need to have 21 total votes. So at this juncture, members, having seen the vote, we are going to vote again. Please vote for one nominee from among the four candidates. Okay? Vote between the top two. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay. So, members, we have tried 2 times per our rules. The second iteration of that, those nominees not having been elected in the first round are considered nominated into the next round. But at this juncture, per practice in the past, what we will now do without objection is conduct a final vote between the top 2 vote getters at this juncture, Ms. Garlinda Burton and Mr. Shane Burkett. Is there any objection to that approach? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you will please organize the vote to be between Ms. Garlinda Burton and Mr. Shane Burkett, please. Yeah, I mean, that's my worry is now we go to 2 and then. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Council has elected Garlinda Burton. Okay, with that, I will announce all those elected by the council to the Human Relations Committee. If you would please stand and be recognized. Ms. Garlinda Burton, Darren Johnson, Whitney Pastrick, Todd McKinney, Ben Tran, and Aaron Coleman. Thank you all for your willingness to serve. We applaud you. Thank you. All righty. We are now on section F of our agenda, appointees and nominees. Candidates in this category will have appeared before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee to determine their relative qualifications. Chair Sepulveda, let's see. This is going to look a little bit different, again, given recent rule changes adopted by the council, which now provide for a 2-meeting process for all elections and confirmations. Okay, and no votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals, and re-referrals back to the committee will be by rule. Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1-meeting deferral for Airport Authority reappointment of Jocelyn Stevenson, and for the Tourism and Convention Commission appointment of Jackie Marushka. And with that, I would move for a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. You've heard the deferral of those 2 potential appointees. Is there any discussion about that deferral? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Ms. Sepulveda, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the Airport Authority appointment of Glenn Farner for a term expiring on January 31st, 2031. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for re-referral. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment of Alvin Haney for a term expiring on August 1st, 2026. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for re-referral. For CATV, to fill a vacancy expiring March 1st, 2027. For Darren Wilson, rules voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for re-referral. For the Metropolitan Transit Authority, reappointment of Janet Miller for a term expiring on June 1st, 2029. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Sustainability Advisory Committee, appointment of Matthew Taylor. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for re-referral. For Tourism and Convention Commission, appointment of Kuan Taylor for a term expiring on June 30, 2027. Rules voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for re-referral. For the Transportation and Licensing Commission, to fill 2 vacancies for terms expiring April 30, 2026. Rules voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the following nominees: Erica Pinley, Annie Claver, Freddie Carr, Kevin Warner, and that's it. And with that, I would move.
Those are all
Yes.
re-referred by rule
28.
to your committee for the meeting of June 18th. Okay. Moving on to section G, confirmations. Candidates in this category are subject to a recommendation by the Rules, Confirmation, and Public Election Committee and to confirmation this evening by the council. Chair Sepulveda, your report first for the deferrals, if there are any, please.
There are no deferrals.
Okay. All right. So for your report then, persons who received a vote of recommendation by your committee and then a consolidated motion, please, ma'am.
For the Auditorium Commission appointment of Fletcher Foster for a term expiring on June 30, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For For the Auditorium Commission, appointment of Benjamin McDaniel for a term expiring on June 30, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Auditorium Commission, appointment of Nancy Van Rees for a term expiring June 30, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, appointment of John Norris for a term expiring on May 1st, 2028. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Board of Health, reappointment of Carolyn Ziegler for a term expiring on July 9, 2029. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Social Services Commission, appointment of Ann Havard for a term expiring on March 24, 2029. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Sustainability Advisory Committee, appointment of Stephanie Tetro for a term expiring on March 14, 2026. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Tourism and Convention Commission, appointment of Lisa Leclerc for a term expiring on June 30, 2027. Rules voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. With that, I would move for approval.
Okay, there's a proper motion and a second for approval of this consolidated slate of confirmations. Is any member seeking to be recognized to remove a person or item from the collective vote or to be recorded as abstaining on any particular item here in Section G? Okay, is there any discussion on this consolidated slate of confirmations? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Council, you have confirmed these folks, and we are grateful to everyone who has been confirmed this evening for their willingness to serve our city. If you have returned to join us in chambers as the second part of this process and were confirmed this evening, aside from those who were elected earlier, but if you were just confirmed and you are with us, would you please stand to be recognized? Okay, it is optional to return for this second part, but we say to you, if you are watching from home, that we appreciate you and congratulations. Thank you. Okay. Now we are moving into public comment for legislative items on this agenda. Let's see. Given rule changes to Rule 28 of the public addressing the council, these rules of procedure for a more open public comment will be effective at the June 11th council meeting. But at present, we are under our old rules, okay? And those require that members who sign up for a particular item on our agenda that is not our operational budget or our capital improvements budget, for which we will have another hearing. Okay. First on our list for public comment is Mr. Ethan Link. He is speaking on Ordinance 375 in support. Mr. Link, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ethan Link. I'm in District 7, Council District 7. For decades, the Central Labor Council of Nashville and Middle Tennessee, along with its affiliates in the building trades, have warned Metro Nashville that we have a worker safety problem in the city. We have a wage theft problem in the city. We've seen workplace standards undermined in law and in practice, especially in the construction industry that has boomed in Metro Nashville. Billions of dollars in construction permits have overwhelmed state and federal enforcement agencies, and the results have been lethal. In June of 2020, a 16-year-old fell 11 stories to his death in the shadow of downtown Nashville. The signs on the fencing and the crane made clear who the general contractor was, but when it came time to claim the body of a dead boy, every contractor pointed to someone else. No one took responsibility. So we tried to address these problems, at least on Metro job sites, by passing the Get It Right law. But contractors who benefit from cutting corners for profit used every excuse, stalling tactic, and preemption to prevent our city from addressing this growing issue. We were told it's just a few bad apples and that it doesn't happen on public projects. But last fall, that final excuse proved tragically wrong. Dennis Bache fell to his death on the floor of the Glencliff Gymnasium after being ordered to work on top of a rotten roof. And again, low road contractors did everything in their power to escape responsibility. Dennis's cousin Alonzo reported that he desperately searched for his cousin's body where it had been transported, and the contractor demanded he sign a document releasing them from liability in exchange for that information. It took dozens of community members pitching in to raise the $10,000 needed to get Dennis home to his parents. Without meaningful change, this won't be the last time we pass that hat. It's time for Metro Nashville to build it right, with contractors who protect workers and their wages, not just profits.
Thank you, Mr. Link. Next is Jessica Marquez Munoz, also speaking on agenda item 91, ordinance BL 2024-375, speaking in support. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, council members. My name is Jessica Marquez Munoz. I live in District 19. We stand today in a pivotal moment in our city's growth, a moment that demands not just progress, but also humanity in how we build our future. The Build It Right bill represents more than just legislation. It truly speaks to our values as a city and sets standard for construction work in Nashville that is much needed. For too long, our city has witnessed tragedies on construction sites where the blood of our workers has been unjustly spilled and their wages stolen. We cannot and must not continue down this path. Every worker, regardless of their trade or background, deserves the fundamental right to return home safely after a day's work and to be justly compensated for their labor. Today, you can ensure they do so. I have met with too many families of workers who have lost their lives on job sites. I've led even more delegations to recover stolen wages. Workers should not live in fear of bounced or missing checks, wondering if they can afford to eat, to pay their water, their electric bill, or even their home. I understand that there may be concerns among contractors, but let me be clear. The Build It Right bill is not aimed at burdening responsible contractors. Instead, it is a tool to ensure that those who do not uphold these standards are held accountable. Passing this bill is not about placing undue burdens or stifling innovation. It's about creating a framework where safety, fairness, and accountability are non-negotiable. The Build It Right bill is a step towards ensuring that safety standards are not just words on paper, but a lived reality for every worker. It's about ending the prioritization of profits over people, where corners are cut at the expense of lives and workers' realities are endangered due to a lack of pay. Let's build Nashville right. I ask that you budget $300,000 for the Build It Right bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Keith Branson speaking on agenda item 19, which is RS 2024-490, regarding Barnes Fund funding. This is a resolution to amend and reallocate some funds relative to the Barnes Fund. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Keith Branson, Executive Director of Westminster Home Connection, and I'm here to support fully funding the Barnes Fund in Metro's budget. Barnes funding is critical to our ability to keep affordable houses livable for our low-income neighbors. Westminster will repair and make mobility modifications for almost 200 Davidson County homeowners in this year, 2024. These homes are owned by low-income older adults or persons with disabilities. It's nearly impossible for our clients to keep up with home maintenance. When deferred, even simple repairs like leaks can cause a home to deteriorate. On average, the homes we go into require 7 individual jobs. I say all this to illustrate the real-world issues our neighbors who want to continue living in the homes and in the neighborhoods they love. Maintaining these homes preserves valuable, affordable housing. Westminster uses about $100,000 of Barnes funding each year and plans to grow that amount to do even more in future years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, members of the public, we are not going to clap, please, after people speak at the podium. Thank you. That'll save us all some time. All right, next is Mr. Steve Ryder, also seeking to speak on agenda item 19, resolution 2024-490 regarding Barnes funds. Go ahead, sir.
I thought that Mike Lacey was ahead of me on speaking, so are we doing it right?
Sir, what I'm doing is I'm grouping agenda item 19 together. The gentleman prior to you as well. We
Understood.
have some people who have signed up to speak generally on the budget, so we're kind of shifting some things around. But go ahead.
Understood. I was confused because I was going like, I didn't want you to bypass somebody.
No worries.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm generally supportive of this, but I do have some concerns. Yesterday, we had April Calvin from Office of Homeless Services that said the money was going to be used, I guess the reallocation of $4.4 million for 18 months of operating expenses and some reserve funds. I don't know who's going to have the roles and responsibilities for opening the Strobel Center. I know we're having an out-of-state vendor that's coming in for, I guess, for 4 months. But I have some concerns. I would like to have this handled much, much better. I would like to know for fiscal year 2025, who is going to be responsible for that? And at this time, I really don't know. I'm a member of the Nashville Davidson County Continuum of Care General Membership. And I don't think the Homeless Planning Council is familiar with this either. So it's really hard to comment on that. I will say that I think it's important for the council. You really need to get a financial analyst here because you have people that come here that says we need reallocation of money, we need this for that. You need to have an independent financial analyst here that gives you advice as far as what is happening. You need to put that in the budget because frankly, there's just too much confusion regarding the budget process. People are coming in here and say, oh, well, you know, pay for this money for this study, even though it wasn't even authorized. I mean, that's just not how business is done. So if you have a financial analyst that can go out there and tell you when you have questions and they can contact Metro Finance or whatever else, but this is not the way to operate Metro government. You are responsible for the appropriations in this city. And I think it's important that you take that responsibility seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Next, just for clarification, Kathy Carrillo, Erica Burnett, and Mr. Tom Lee, you are signed up for the budget ordinance agenda item 3. So effectively, if I were to allow you to speak at this juncture, you would be skipping the line of the folks who are waiting to speak on that matter. Okay, so I'm going to ask that you speak at that time, please, rather than here in the public comment segment. So next, speaking on agenda item 21 is Michael Lacey. This is RS 2024-492 regarding the settlement for the Director of the Arts Commission. Go ahead, sir.
Regarding Metro severance for Director Singh, some history. There have always been competing visions for Metro Arts funding. Mayors like Phil Bredesen openly talked about it as entitlements for large arts organizations. More recent officials have focused on arts equity and supporting marginalized artists. The ambiguity has caused chaos and is expensive at the cost of taxpayers and artists. City funding for big arts orgs seems obligatory, but it only started in 1988. Before that, Metro Arts ran the Summer Lights Festival, which generated $100,000 a year to reinvest in the arts. That ended in 1988 when Metro Arts paid $250,000 to bail out the symphony after missing its fundraising targets. The purpose of Metro Arts changed in 1988. It's been changing since 1988, but we haven't formalized our evolving priorities, and that's core to what caused the Metro Arts crisis. Whether you want these funds to support anti-racist policies, or if you just want a few major art institutions to get the full money every year, we need the council to step in and define the current purpose of these funds and leave it to the commission to determine the process and the end recipients. The council must exercise its charter authority to comprehensively oversee the funding criteria of Metro Arts, so you're never again spending taxpayer money to cut ties with besieged leaders caught in this trap of our own making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Okay, that concludes folks that have signed up to speak on legislative items on our agenda other than our budget items. So that concludes our public comment period. We're moving now into Section I, Rules of Procedure. We have one proposed change to Council's Rules of Procedure. We consider these items with the same process as for legislation. Councilmember Benedict has proposed an amendment to Rule 13 regarding filing deadlines in emergency items. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to defer to the first meeting in July.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on this deferral motion? Okay. There is a motion to defer this rule amendment to the first meeting in July, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This item is deferred to July 2nd. Okay. Next, we're moving into Section J of our agenda, a resolution on public hearing. Let me say before we get started on our public hearings sections of our agenda that Spanish interpretation services are provided for Metro Council public hearings. This evening, Ms. Sandra Obanda de Ruiz is here as the interpreter. Ms. Obanda de Ruiz, will you please share how you can help?
Buenas tardes, voy a ser su intérprete en español. Si necesita mi servicio, estoy sentada aquí delante. Gracias.
Thank you. We appreciate you. For those speaking this evening as part of any of our public hearings, do please state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your address. You might want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, or on what street, or who your council member is. Okay? So first, for public hearing, agenda item 1, RS 2024-479, sponsor Coupon, is a resolution exempting 62 units located at 160 2nd Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property not owner-occupied permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code of Laws, Section 6.28.030B2D. Councilman Coupon, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Let's see, Mr. Bradford for a report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Government Operations, we voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting, and we approved.
Okay, so back to you, Mr. Coupon.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill in particular, please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Okay. Is the gentleman in opposition seeking to speak? Yes. Okay. Okay, if those gentlemen also would please come forward. Okay. Would the gentleman in support please speak first?
Good evening, Council. John Cooper, 37221 with the law firm Holland & Knight. I'm here on behalf of T2 Capital, who is will be the owner and developer and operator of the old spaghetti factory building that was bombed in 2020. They are looking to replace the ground floor with another restaurant, rehab the existing 2 floors of residential units, and add 2 floors to that for a maximum of 62 units. They are partnering with, let me find the name of the, Good Night Stay. It's a national operator, so that these units will be fully staffed. They will have on-site security, on-site personnel, cleaning services, identification checks. So all of the things that are problems with some other short-term rentals, they have addressed on the front end. With me is Tom Lowe, who is the Director of Development and Acquisitions for T2. He can provide some more detail about what they're doing, but this is a key step into revitalizing Second Avenue. This is going to bring people staying there and bringing people to the restaurants. So we hope that you will support this. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Lowe with T2 Capital. As Mr. Cooper referenced, we are the developer, the applicant, looking to put a very important building along Second Avenue back in service. We feel it's important to liven up the first floor again and take advantage of the building as constructed or as utilized pre-bombing. It was 32 apartment units, which we will put back in service, but then also add 2 additional floors. Hastings Architecture here locally has designed a very tactful and aesthetically pleasing building that we will pursue once we get approval from council. Happy to answer any questions. With that, I'll turn it back over to the chairman.
Okay, does the gentleman in opposition wish to speak? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Steve Ryder. This is the 3rd consecutive council meeting where we're granting an exemption or being asked to grant an exemption. We've heard hardship cases. We've heard all sorts of stuff. This is not a hardship case. This is somebody who's going out there and saying, we just want to do short-term rentals. We have a shortage of long-term rentals in this town. The whole idea of this council and setting this is to make sure that they were owner occupied and there were certain restrictions. Now, if you can go out there and just say, we're going to waive that, you can go out there and just do this, this defeats the whole purpose. We don't need to do this. I'm sorry, I'm asking for a moratorium on this. There's no need for this. There's just absolutely no need for this. The council, I think the citizens of this city have made it clear. We are tired of short-term rentals.
Quiet, please. Go ahead, sir.
And I think that message has been made loud and clear to this council, but I don't know that you are listening. We need a moratorium on this. No more exemptions that just come in here and say, hey, we need this because we want 62 units right down there on 2nd Avenue? Come on. Give me a break. Do you know how many short-term rentals we have downtown? We have plenty of them. We need long-term housing opportunities and affordable housing in this town, not more investors coming here and saying, we want to go out there and cash in on the tourism industry. We've had enough of that. Enough is enough. I know this is probably going to pass, but after this, please, moratorium, no more of this. Thank you so much.
Okay. I declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Mr. Coupin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So appreciate what Mr. Ryder said, and I agree with his sentiments. In fact, recently in the Germantown area, we were approached to permit, I believe, 34 short-term rental permits, and we have turned that applicant down because we have a housing crisis and a housing shortage, and we need more long-term rental opportunities and more housing opportunities. So rarely do I accept or carry these. This one in particular happens to be on a street that was badly damaged by the bombing that we are seeking to redevelop, that is struggling. There are businesses that are struggling there. And this use is permitted throughout the rest of the downtown code. The only reason this even comes before us is because it's within 100 feet of Riverfront Park. So on a technicality, it does come before us. And so after some deep conversations with individuals and putting this forward and asking if there was opportunity for long-term rent or ownership opportunities, and recognizing that would not allow this project to move forward. And given the fact that it's permitted everywhere else around this project, I was supportive of this, but I do want to echo the sentiments that we need to have less short-term rentals, more long-term rentals, more housing, and more affordable housing in our city. So with that, I move approval, please.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Okay, understood. We're going to need to go on the machine, okay? Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. Ms. Hancock, are you seeking to vote? Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this motion passes with 18 votes. What? Hang on. I apologize. We may need a certain number of votes, so please hold the line. Mr. Clerk, will you please show the vote again, please, sir? Okay, it requires 21 votes, so the resolution fails. Okay, next is ordinances, bills on public hearing, section K of our agenda. Ms. Obando Ruiz is still here for Spanish interpretation services and all these items for public hearing this evening. Next is agenda item 2, BL 2024-348, sponsor coupon, which is an ordinance approving amendment number 8 to the Rutledge Hill Development Plan pertaining to certain uses. Mr. Coupon, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, I see one gentleman down front in opposition. Does the gentleman in, so you're not seeking to speak, sir? You are not seeking to speak. Okay. The gentleman in opposition is not seeking to speak. With that, do the folks here to speak in support? They do not seek to be recognized. So with that, I declare the public hearing closed, and it is back to you, Mr. Coupon, on this item for a motion, sir.
I'd like to move approval, please.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there anything else you want to share about this bill, Mr. Coupon?
This is a bill amending a single parcel in the redevelopment district of Rutledge Hill. I've met with the community members and they are supportive of this adjustment. It's to permit a certain use within the development and the community is in favor of it. So I ask my colleagues to support it.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is anyone seeking to be recognized for discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this passes. Okay. Next, without objection, we will take agenda item 4, which is the capital improvements budget, in front of the operational budget hearing. Okay, in this way, folks that are here to speak specifically on capital projects and infrastructure can go ahead and share their remarks prior to taking up the operational budget. Okay, is there any objection to taking the capital improvements budget in front of the operational budget? Are you seeking to be recognized for a point of order? Okay, please stand for a point of order, Ms. Allen. Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Thank you. If you could just explain just a little more in detail the difference between the operating budget and the capital budget, because I think people may want to speak on the operating budget and will stand up to speak here, and that may be confusing to us.
Okay. As I stated before, the capital improvements budget is a planning document about investments in infrastructure, capital items. So it is a document that we adopt every year. Awkwardly with the name budget, but it is a planning document that informs our annual capital spending plan. Nothing can be in the capital spending plan to be funded via bonds unless it is first in the capital improvements budget. So that budget is amended, and council members add projects and departments add projects. And so again, those are infrastructure, largely items for capital investment. What we are seeking to do is typically there are quite a lot more people here to speak on the operational budget than the capital budget. If later you realize among the things you're speaking about, you want to add in a little capital item, no one's going to ding you for that. But what we would hope then is if you are here solely to speak on a matter related to the capital improvements budget, if you would do so at this time. Okay. Is there any objection from members of taking agenda item 4 in front of agenda item 3? Okay, seeing none, I will read. This is BL 2024. This is an ordinance adopting the 2024 through 2025 through 2029 to 2030, a 5-year plan capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Sponsor, Budget Chair Porterfield. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for an approval and a re-referral back to the Budget and Finance Committee. And with that, we have another committee report.
Yes,
My
we
apologies.
do. Ms. Gamble, Chair Gamble, you are recognized for your committee report on the capital improvements budget.
Thank you,
Agenda
Madam
item 4.
Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
With a re-referral to committee is recommended as well?
Thank you. With the referral to committee.
Thank you. Okay, with those committee reports, it's back to you, Chair Porterfield, to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing for the capital improvements budget open. Is there anyone present here to speak specifically on the capital improvements budget? Okay. Is there anyone in the hallway? Ms. Hayes, would you announce that the capital improvements budget is up just to make sure? Thank everybody for their patience. And members, this is why we take this one first. Okay, Ms. Hayes indicates that there is no one seeking to be recognized, and so I declare the public hearing closed on the capital improvements budget, and it's back to you, Chair Porterfield, for your motion.
I would like to renew my motion to approve it and re-refer it back to the two committees.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on the capital improvements budget at this time? Okay. All in favor of approval with a re-referral to both committees, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This is approved on the second of 3 readings and re-referred to both committees. Thank you, Chair Porterfield. Next is agenda item 3. This is BL 2024-373, sponsor Porterfield. This is a bill to be entitled the Budget Ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year 2025. This is the operational budget. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance took up this item and voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for an approval and a re-referral back to committee.
Okay.
And with that, I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing for the operational budget open. I would ask that all members of the public who are here, let us organize ourselves in groups of about 10, please, at any one time. Please do not come too close to the podium, but also please do not stand too far back. We would ask that no more than 10 people be standing at a time. And we would ask, please, okay, that looks to be more than 10 folks. Hey, everybody, we're going to have 10 people standing at one time. We would ask that you not block the doorway in and out of the chamber, please, for everyone's safety. Okay, that looks like way more than 10 folks, y'all. Okay, so let's just back it up, please, a little bit. About 5 people in front of that door and 5 people behind, please. As you all are organizing yourself into a group of 10 people, I will remind folks you do not have to provide your address. You can simply state your name, your neighborhood, your council member, why you are here and what you are here to speak on. Go ahead, please, ma'am. You are recognized to begin our budget public hearing. Oh, go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry. Your mic is on. Go ahead.
My name is Jessica Curry. I'm on support staff for Metro Schools. This is my introduction. Without the support staff, how can any school function? Metro, the more the city grows, the lower my pay go. Everything is going up except our pay. I'm asking you not to forget about us after today. Hourly wages should be higher than the Batman building. We're living just a struggle with the cost of living. Each corner I turn on that building, we need a COLA that's higher than the ceiling. The cost of living is at an all-time high. We need a 5% COLA to go with our piece of the pie. Let me be clear. I need all to hear. Money for food or money for rent, we shouldn't have to live in fear. Struggling with finances while working a career. Davidson County is hurting. Can't you smell the scent? We're only asking for 5%. Many people are 2 checks away from living in a tent. After payday, still trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. We need a COLA, and I'm not talking about the drink that makes you feel refreshed. I'm talking about the COLA that helps pay bills so you won't feel depressed. Working 2 jobs and losing sleep, swimming in poverty. The water is getting too deep, so stop sweeping things under the rug. Put the broom down. No longer do we need to sweep. Let's talk about how medication and food is no longer cheap. Us, the people, have been through enough trials and tribulations, but you, the people, have the power to change our situation. Is anything affordable? Have you seen the price of vegetables? Is anything affordable? We need a 5% because us, the people, are tired of living uncomfortable. The cost of living is at an all-time high. I want to be comfortable now, not when I die. Thank you.
If the next speaker would please come forward. Thank you. Members of the public, folks in the gallery, we can hear everyone at the podium and commend them, but we are going to move much more quickly if we do not have applause subsequent to every great remark. Okay, go ahead, sir.
My name is Mason Caples. I'm a registered nurse, and I work at Nashville General Hospital. I started in the emergency department. I also oriented in the ICU. Right now, I'm in the neurology department. We're asking that you all fully fund the $63 million that our hospital is asking to fund. We are the only hospital in Davidson County that supplies the indigent so they can't go to any other hospital. They have to come to Nashville General, but it's not just for Davidson County, it's for the entire Tennessee. We supply the entire Tennessee, so we are asking for funding to care for the indigent. This is part of one of the ordinances that you all agreed to provide for those who are less fortunate and unfortunate. So we do our part. Our nurses do our part. We need our 5%, so we're asking for that. But we also need funding to take care of the people who come to Nashville. This is not our first time asking, and we applaud you all for doing the right thing last year, but we still need more. We need that to continue. We need to be able to take care of our homes and our families as well. So we're asking for our 5% and asking that you fully fund our $34 million budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
My name is Lisa Bubert. I am in Emily Benedict's district. I am a children's librarian for the public library, and I have proudly worked for the Madison community as a Metro employee for 8 years now. And it's a true joy and a privilege to work and serve in the community I live in, as I'm sure each of you can appreciate. Living in the community where I work has allowed me to be more of an advocate for my fellow community members. It's given me insight into our community needs, which I can then more effectively translate into my work at the library. And it encourages me to be involved in my city as an informed voter. I am only able to live in the community in which I work because I have a job that just barely pays me enough to do so. And I'm not just a librarian, which requires a master's degree. I'm a senior librarian for NPL, which requires a master's degree and several years of professional experience. For this, I am paid a salary of $63,000, which honestly is not enough to live even in Madison, but I'm frugal. News Channel 5 cited a study from Smart Asset that found that it took $71,000 just to be able to rent a one-bedroom apartment without becoming cost-burdened. We're not talking about living wage. This is being able to just live and, operate in this city. Technically, while I am being paid the living wage, I'm still well below a salary that's needed to actually live here. I'm tired of being cost-burdened with a master's degree, with all my experience. Metro employees are tired of the budget continually being balanced on their backs. We cannot keep chasing inflation. We need a 5% COLA, full stop. Please provide the 5% COLA. I should not be one of the few lucky Metro workers who have the privilege to work in the community that I live. I love being able to do that. I want everybody to be able to do that. My job is better because of it. I'm a better person because of it. That is a privilege that should be afforded to every single person who proudly serves this city.
Thank you. If I may, let me just share another logistical item. If you are departing after you speak, or you're wanting to go out onto the mezzanine and not return to your seat, you may depart to your left out that door. I appreciate everybody lining up kind of tightly. We do need to keep that area open, please, and do not block the main door. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Shane Smiley, Brush Hill Road. I'm going to surprise y'all, and I'm going to talk about the fairgrounds tonight. The fairgrounds is one of 7 enterprise funds in Davidson County. It was the pinnacle of enterprise funds for many years, as for decades, it was the only department in Metro that operated in the black operationally. It did so up until a few years ago when Metro government as a whole made a determination that we were going to revitalize the campus and do some things with the mixed-use development and with the soccer stadium. Now, I'm not here dissing the soccer stadium or the decisions that were made. We are where we are, but we were promised that we were going to make it work in that process. In that process, when Metro government made the determination that they were only going to charge the soccer stadium $10 a year to the fairgrounds, we no longer were operating as an enterprise fund. Enterprise funds are supposed to live within their means and operate within their means. When it became $10 a year, we ceased to do that. So I'm here asking you to go through the budget and make a change. That the fairgrounds is no longer an enterprise fund, but should be, because of the 2011 referendum, should be a fully funded department. The gap that we now have in the budget is only going to get larger with the $1 million plus federal funds that went to the flea market are now gone. We continue to see increases in fees for the charter protected uses. So the charter protected uses of the facility are being harmed. The business model for those uses are being harmed by raising the fees in order to try and meet a budget deficit that is caused by another use. So I'm asking you to look in your hearts, look in your fiscal minds, and go through and make the fairgrounds a fully funded department, as it is no longer an enterprise fund. Thank you for your consideration.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Paige Clancy. I'm in Councilmember Gadd's district, and I'm here today as the volunteer chair of the Nashville Public Library's Advocacy Task Force, representing nearly 200 ambassadors across the city who love the library as much as I do. I'm asking for your vote to pass the mayor's recommended budget for the library, which includes funding to fully staff the new Donaldson branch. Here's a little story that illustrates how our library impacts the people of Nashville. This is from Ms. Clarice Eppinger, the beloved North Branch manager. One hectic day, Ms. Eppinger got a phone call. It was a tiny voice asking, "Will you read me a story?" Ms. Eppinger replied, "Read you a story over the phone?" The voice belonged to 8-year-old Winston, who couldn't attend school that day and just wanted to hear a story. So Ms. Eppinger knew exactly which book to read. It was You Matter by Christian Robinson. She quickly found the book and returned to the phone. She read the story with enthusiasm, trying to bring the book to life for Winston. When the story ended, he said, "Can I say something? You matter too." "I gotta go now, bye." And he hung up. When the story ended, Winston, after that, the moment captured the essence of our library. In the book, it says, "For anyone who isn't sure if they matter, you do." Nashville Public Library transforms lives, which you can also see in the letter that's on your desk here today. The library staff provides unparalleled expertise, and your support matters. I urge you, please fully fund the library. Your support is our lifeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Vice Mayor and members of the council. I appreciate your time today. My name is Ann Still, and I'm also a resident of Donaldson. However, I'm here as an SEIU member and to speak in behalf of Nashville General Hospital for fully funding the $63 million budget. I've been a nurse, a labor and delivery nurse, for 34 years, and 18 of those years I've been at Nashville General Hospital. But last year I had an opportunity to become a patient. That could be all of us. This is a safety net hospital, and you may have seen me speaking in behalf of not closing the hospital a few years back, but I'm here in support of keeping that hospital, the safety net hospital that all of us may be one paycheck away from needing. In addition to that, I want to support the 5% COLA for all of our employees. We all have to survive. We all love taking care of our patients, but we do need to survive as well. I thank you all for supporting us in the past, but we want to move on to the future and continue to take care of our patients to the degree that everybody else in the city is cared for. You'd want that for your family members. You'd want that for yourself. And we take care of everybody the same way and are very proud of that at the hospital. I appreciate your time, and please support the full $63 million budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name's Tom Lee. I'm a proud resident of District 15, and I'm a partner in the law firm of Nelson Mullins, Riley and Scarborough. I'm here today on behalf of our client, Alliance Bernstein, and what I'd like to say to all of you is simply thank you. In March 2019, by an act of this council, Metro government entered into an historic agreement with Alliance Bernstein. Your vote made AB the first company to receive relocation incentives under this council's Do Better law. That ordinance required AB to disclose the number and type of jobs it would bring to Nashville, to create a workforce plan, and to disclose any possible workplace safety violations. You have required that of every company since coming to seek incentives from our government. As the Metropolitan Industrial Development Board voted unanimously on May 8, Alliance Bernstein's kept its word. As of December 1, 2023, 1,050 promised jobs are here. Those jobs pay, all of them, above the Nashville median wage. Through partnerships with Nashville's HBCUs and a focus on equity, persons of color now comprise 37% of AB's highly skilled workforce. And because there is more to do, AB and its employees have donated $5.5 million to not-for-profits and organizations across our city. After all, more than 75% of Alliance Bernstein's employees live here in Davidson County. Having kept our word, Alliance Bernstein appreciates Mayor O'Connell and all of you for keeping yours in the fiscal 25 operating budget. BL 2024-373 is but the next step, we believe, in a successful partnership built on transparency, trust, and results. Thank you.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Nicole Von Valentine, and just want to share a little bit. First, I want to say thank you for your service. I'm blessed to be in community and have friends who sit here. And so I want to do a quick activity. I'm going to refer to a community, and I want you to guess which community I'm referring to, okay? Some of you guys may know. This community has approximately 5,000 to 6,000 residents, has so much potential, is a food desert, is a food swamp, only has 30% mobility rate. There are broken promises due to lots of trust fatigue from the vision meetings. We just celebrated a dozen high school graduates at the Community Come Together Day on Saturday. Terry was there. I'm in Terry's district, by the way. Youth crime is at an all-time high. There is a mile-long mural project thanks to Amanda and Charles Key and Mayor Freddie and TDOT. Took 2 years for it to happen. Last week, there were 4 shootings. Now, shootings happen almost every day in my community, but what makes this one stand out is that there were people shot each day for 4 days in a row. This community is also the largest, oldest barrack-style public housing in the whole country. In case you don't know, just for time's sake, this community I'm referring to is my community, which is Napier community. We need so much support. Any funding that is mentioned in the budget, please support it if Napier is mentioned. TJC is also in the budget. The library support, Pruitt Library, shout out to the library staff who does so much. It's the community hub for the library. Also on your wish list, please include the COLA raise and also $300,000 for the contractor compliance board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Meade Forsyth. I grew up at 922 Shauna Drive, Donaldson. I live at 1815 Stratford, and I work at 4711 Charlotte, which is Donaldson, Inglewood, and Richland Park. My name's Meade Forsyth. I work at the Richland Park Branch Library. I worked there 2 years. I've used Nashville Public Library my entire life as being somebody from here. I love my job. If you've ever seen me at my job, which a lot of y'all have, I love my job. I'm crazy about it. I love our patrons, and I love my coworkers. It's no secret. And that's why I'm here today. I'm also a proud member of SEIU, the local 205. I want to thank them for giving me this platform to speak. Thank you all. But that's not the only reason I'm here today. I'm really here for all Metro workers, not just library and not just union. I believe all Metro jobs are real and they have a positive impact on our community. I think the people working these jobs keep our city functioning, and we deserve a living wage. We deserve a fair cost of living adjustment. The mayor's office has proposed 3.5. The Civil Service Commission is recommending more than 3.5. We're asking for 5%. If we don't get a COLA that allows us to maintain our current lives, the ripple effects could be detrimental to our communities. Just consider the impact it could have on children and Metro workers. Consider the impacts it could have on the places that money goes, like daycares, small businesses. It could be hugely detrimental if people that work in Metro aren't able to continue their lives as they do. I personally don't want new financial struggles. I want to keep showing up to my job, feeling full, with the gumption I do, with all the means I have, with the running car and all that business. And so we understand having to balance things. We understand having to prioritize what matters most, but please don't put our livelihood at the bottom of that list of your priorities. Our livelihood is important. That's why we're able to do a good job. And we just want to keep doing that. Please consider a 5% cost of living increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Erica Burnett, and I serve as the program manager for The Village. I'm currently housed at the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. Thank you to Councilperson Evans. There is actually a one-pager on all of your desks to outline more information about The Village. The Village is an intentionally curated incubation space, providing a supportive environment for Black nonprofit leaders and organizations primarily servicing marginalized communities to upskill and increase their capacity, access, and resources. If we invest financial and human resources while positioning and granting access to social and political capital via capacity building, mentorship, networking, advocacy, and intentional representation, then we will see increased operational proficiency, enhanced leadership skills, expanded networks, and improved coordinated advocacy efforts on the parts of our community-based organizations and their leaders. On behalf of the nearly 400 registered Village organizations, we are requesting $1.1 million be allocated for this body of work to continue to actualize our theory of change. Just one note, since the last time I was before you, we have actually secured funding for 8 Village orgs to participate in a board development cohort and 12 Village orgs to start a 12-month fundraising and development cohort over the next few months. These strategies alone reflect a nearly $75,000 investment on the part of some of our private funders. Additionally, Council, on behalf of our CEO, Hal Cato, I would like to express and emphasize the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee's commitment to supporting a distribution structure and process that best serves those community-based organizations receiving funding allocations. We want to partner with Council and internal departments to ensure that those within closest proximity to community safety needs are not met with detrimental administrative processes while executing their operational and programmatic goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Council members. My name is Isabel Felix, and I stand before you to ask for your support and allocation of $300,000 towards the Compliance and Contracting Board. I am a labor organizer, and one of my main responsibilities is to go visit the construction sites and talk and listen to the workers that once built in our city. Labor rights are being violated in almost every single construction site that you see out there. Wage theft, no overtime pay, sexual harassment, misclassification, just to mention the most common ones. Construction workers are getting hurt and dying, and nobody is taking responsibility for that because they are independent contractor when clearly they are employees. Construction workers victims of wage theft are living in fear of losing their homes and not being able to provide for their families. Many find themselves trapped, moving from one bad company to another bad one. Some of them are feeling so hopeless that they see suicide as their only way out. And this is true stories. This is stories that I hear when I talk to them. Like they're killing themselves. They're even thinking of that because they're so in depth in that whole, like just going from one to another one, that they don't see a way out. By enforcing compliance measures and monitoring, we can protect workers from exploitation and create a fair, safe industry, and fostering a culture of respect, dignity, and integrity in our labor practices, with Metro setting the standard. Fair labor practices are not just an ideal, they are a necessity for the health and prosperity of our community. And I know that together we can build a better future for Nashville, where every worker is valued and protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Erica Perry. I live in District 10. My councilperson is Councilwoman Jennifer Webb. I'm the executive director of the Southern Movement Committee, and I'm grateful to be able to talk to you today about the varsity spending plan. But first, I want to start in naming that the truth that we know our communities can be free from gun violence, and that the young people that I've been working with over the last 2 years have a solution to gun violence. And my ask is that you invest in that solution in passing the varsity spending plan. Young people have been really clear that safety for them is investing in community centers and restorative justice in their community centers. They've been really clear that safety for them is restorative justice in their high schools, and not just to address conflict, but also as a system and to shift their culture. They've also been clear that safety has to include preventing gun violence through our Office of Youth Safety, that we need innovative strategies, and that we can start by funding the Office of Youth Safety. So I ask that you honor the democratic practices of our young people who've engaged in people movement assemblies, town halls, and participatory budgeting to come up with solutions to address the needs in our communities. And so I ask you to pass the varsity spending plan, allocate $4 million to the Office of Youth Safety, $4 million to community centers, and $2 million to restorative justice in high schools. And I know that it is a tight budget, and I stand in solidarity with our people asking for increase in COLA, and also understand that, again, we're in the state of the budget. And so if you can't do $4 million for the Office of Youth Safety, I ask that you at least give $2 million to start us out so that we can actually prevent gun violence. And I think the time to do that is now, because we're in June, which is a month dedicated to addressing gun violence. And so I thank you so much for the consideration. Thank you to Councilmember Jenny Welsh, who put a one-pager on your desk, and I appreciate the consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paige Hodge, and I'm 18 years old, and I am an SMC youth organizer. I live in District 2, and I support the varsity spending plan. I understand how crucial it is to be and feel seen in places you spend most of your time, especially if one of those places is a learning environment. We need more contribution and opportunities for people and kids in our communities to succeed. I've seen firsthand how something as simple as positive affirmation and supportive structural systems can change the course of somebody's life for the better, but also how lack of those resources and tools can change it for the worst. I had a friend whose home life wasn't very healthy, and for a long time, school was their safe place, until we got to high school and it started feeling more like a burden than an escape. Not too long after, he got caught up in some bad stuff because he no longer felt he had options, and now he's in jail. Had things been different, he would have been graduating with me this year. This is why I feel you should support the varsity spending plan, because this is the reality for too many of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anaya Gaines with SMC's Youth Organizing Program and a recent Nashville graduate. I live in District 5 and my councilman is Sean Parker. I support the varsity spending plan and I encourage you to as well. Investing $4 million into community centers, schools, and etc. will help our communities tremendously. I have seen firsthand young people fall off into the wrong things because of lack of nowhere to go safely after school or nothing to encourage healthy expressive behavior. This spending plan supports high schools as well so that they may work hand in hand promoting healthy communication. Supporting this spending plan can ensure that children and young adults can remain safe because you never know which children may be impacted because it probably could be yours. Please add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Voki. I'm a resident of District 30 and my council member is Sandra Sepulveda. I'm a junior attending John Overton High School and a part of Southern Movement Committee's Youth Assembly. As an active member of my community and a student, I am asking that you support the varsity spending plan, which is a $10 million investment in the youth, our families, and neighborhoods. This investment would help address gun violence and make our community safer by putting $4 million into community center programming, another $4 million into the Office of Youth safety, and the remaining $2 million into high school restorative justice. This plan would help students like myself thrive in safer communities, our neighborhoods and environments, and make brighter futures for our youth. Please add the varsity spending plan to your wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Zion Orr. I live in District 3, and my council member is Jennifer Gamble. I currently intern in the Southern Movement Committee, and we are here to ask that you pass the varsity spending plan. The varsity spending plan is a $10 million investment, not just in the community, but in the youth, our future leaders. We ask for $4 million in community centers so that our youth can have a safe place to go after school. We ask for $4 million in Office of Youth Safety so we can ensure the safety of our youth. And we ask for $2 million for high school restorative justice to make sure that justice can be served no matter what race they are. Please pass the varsity spending plan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carell Herford, a youth organizer with the Southern Movement Committee. My council member is Tanya Hancock of District 9. And the varsity spending plan is needed not only for me, but for my peers as well. Because at the age of 18, I have not been able to participate in any community programs because just until a couple of years ago, there were none available to me within my immediate community. And I know that if those programs had been implemented in my community, a number of my peers could have been steered away from the paths they unfortunately took or took them. As well as I know that had there been an Office of Youth Safety in place, many of my peers could have learned and had assistance navigating away from such issues, contributing to the epidemic of gun violence and generational curses many believe are unbreakable. But through restorative justice systems, we too can learn other ways to get through problems that should not be ending our lives. All that I ask of you today is to support our varsity spending plan. And I know you might be thinking that's a big ask for $10 million towards the youth. But let me say, that is only a tiny breadcrumb of the ask of your $3.2 billion, if not more, budget. As well as it might not seem as others are benefited from the redistribution of funds, but I know that through the implementation of these facilities and procedures, they will help increase the fraction of youth making it to their adult years. But if you experience anything like me, fractions might not make sense to you because your middle school math class consisted of teachers that could not work through classroom communication problems or students of different backgrounds because they were never taught how. With that being said, the money can be put towards the greater good of bettering not only the youth, but every Nashvillian's quality of life. Solve the problems that you can with the power that you have, which is why I ask you add the varsity spending plan to your wish list.
Thank you.
Good evening and hello. My name is Monica Herford. I'm a youth intern member for SMC Youth Organizing. I live in District 9, which is for the City Council of Tanya Hancock. I stand with you today to show my support for the varsity spending plan. I am a Nashville native and resident. I am hoping you invest in the $10 million varsity spending plan. As us, young adults and families need this varsity spending plan because through my personal experiences over my high school years while attending East Magna High School, I am a student athlete who plays sports year-round and work majority of the week and weekends, while my weekdays consist of sports practices and prolonging my day at work. As a growing young adult, I use these sports as a way to have mentors and guidance away from what my peers fall victim to, which is crimes involving gun violence. The $10 million investment is going to community centers and programs that would be granting more opportunities for youth to have support and guidance to steer away from gun violence, which is why I ask you to add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Hall, a former member, resident of District 21 under Brandon Taylor. I'm here to speak on behalf of the varsity spending plan, and it is my hope that you all have ears to listen, a heart that's receptive, and actions that are reflective. We need the varsity spending plan to implement restorative justice to a very infringed upon community. As a resident of District 21, I have witnessed many acts of robbery, vandalism, drug abuse, and gun violence that could have been avoided and reformed by a program like the Varsity Spending Plan. Just a few weeks ago, a friend of mine lost a son to a senseless gun violence act in that very neighborhood. A reality no resident of this city should have to think about, let alone actually face. The youth is in dire need of safety, reform, and guidance. They cannot be successful in a violent environment. None of us can, but as the adults responsible over these precious lives, it is up to us to ensure all of the youth have not only a livable, but a thriving community to grow and become their best selves in. I am asking that you add the Varsity Spending Plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shania Peters. My council member is Brandon Taylor. In 2024, our city faces significant challenges, particularly concerning the safety and prosperity for our youth. However, in the face of adversity, we have the opportunity to enact positive change to uplift our community, particularly our youth. This can be done simply by investing in the future generations who will inherit the legacy that we leave behind. Today, I speak in support of the Varsity Spending Plan, an initiative developed by the Southern Movement Committee aimed at investing $10 million into our young people. This plan is not just about allocating funds, it's about investing in the very fabric of our community, nurturing safer environments, combating gun violence, and steering away from the reliance on punitive measures that do not address the root causes of our challenges. I implore each of you to seize this opportunity to make a tangible difference in the lives of our youth, the future of Nashville. Let us not falter in our resolve to build safer, more inclusive communities where every young person can realize their full potential. We can build a Nashville that works for all Nashvillians. We can talk about finding solutions to these disparities, or we can make one ourselves. Together, let us champion the Varsity Spending Plan and pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lucy Booth. I live in District 30, and my council member is Sandra Sepulveda. I was recently a sophomore at John Overton High School, as well as a student ambassador, and I'm a part of the SMC Youth Assembly. As a member of Nashville Youth, as an individual, and as a Nashville, Tennessee native, I am asking you to invest $10 million in our Varsity Youth Spending Plan. In our Varsity Spending Plan, we are asking you to invest $2 million in high school restorative justice to improve the youth's development and a beneficial way to handle conflict in our schools that students will carry throughout their journey of life. We are also asking you to invest $40 million in community center programming that would provide community centers around the city impacted by harm and the criminal justice system with a restorative justice person on staff. Additionally, we are asking you to invest another $40 million for an Office of Youth Safety to directly address the troubling issue of gun violence and to reduce reliance on arrests, courts, jails through non-police and non-court conflict resolutions. Teenagers and or children experience traumatic and life-changing experience when simple conflict is dealt with legal force. This will help us understand the youth and develop beneficial solutions, coming from someone whose family was impacted by the negative effects of the justice system. Overall, creating a community where we are proud and safe to be in. The youth is calling on you to add the Varsity Spending Plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Lauren Shipman-Dorrance, District 6. For over a year, I've joined countless gun violence prevention advocates at our state capitol to demand laws that would end senseless loss of life from the ubiquity of guns around us, especially the loss of our children, like those lives stolen at Red Caboose Park and all of the others you've heard today. As a parent, an educator, and the wife of a gun violence survivor, I urge you to support the Varsity Spending Plan for its research-based practices that are shown to promote the most protective factor against all school violence, including gun violence. Researchers know this construct as school connectedness, or the sense of safety and belonging that people have in a school. In my doctoral studies at Johns Hopkins University, I was privileged to learn from a school security expert about the need for investment in social emotional supports to foster school connectedness and how these efforts are proven to save lives far beyond what any school hardening or any policing measures ever could. My dissertation focused on transformative restorative practices as a way to foster this kind of connectedness in both schools and communities. We have abundant evidence that punitive practices such as zero tolerance policies, suspensions, and expulsions only put our children on a path toward repeated cycles of incarceration and loss of opportunities for anything better. Community and connection is what keeps us safe. That is what research tells us we should be investing in and what the people of Nashville are telling you to invest in. Not 173 unfilled police positions that withhold $10 to $15 million of our taxpayer money that could be funding schools, community centers, and places and people who actually keep us safe. Not the militarization of our police, not the violation of our rights and privacy by tapping into citizens' private cameras in a dystopian surveillance apparatus like Fusus, not cop cities or Israeli-Tennessee law enforcement exchanges that train our officers to use the military war tactics on our residents. For the safety of Nashvillians, all people here and abroad, I urge you to support the varsity spending plan and to call for a ceasefire in Palestine.
Hello, my name is Martha Carroll. I live in Highland Heights, and Sean Parker is my council member. Thank you, Vice Mayor Henderson and council members. I'm grateful for the work that you all are doing. We at Eastwood Christian Church, one of the members of NOAA, are having a new minister come to our church, and he'll start the 1st of August. In spite of our best efforts and his, he is not going to be able to live in East Nashville. He's chosen instead to live in Hendersonville with his family because housing in East Nashville is so expensive. We need more affordable housing at all levels, and we all know that. But Nashville needs to create 5,000 affordable units per year, and we are way behind. Mayor O'Connell has included $30 million in his proposed Metro budget for the Barnes Fund. Metro Council has to approve that amount. Please maintain that $30 million in the mayor's budget for the Barnes Fund so that we don't fall even farther behind. This is one tool that is working well. The increase that we've seen over the last few years has been positive. I hope those increases continue. The last thing we need right now is to cut the Barnes Fund. So I ask you to please protect it, please fund it, please use it to build more affordable housing. In correspondence with Reverend Kim, who has not come yet, he'll be coming from Texas, he wrote, maybe the issue of housing these days creates an invisible wall within a community, disconnecting people from each other. We pride ourselves on the diversity we find in our city. Let's make sure that we protect that by continuing to find creative housing solutions, because that diversity is a big part of what makes Nashville, Nashville. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mike Hodge. I live in District 31. Councilman Rutherford has to put up with me regularly. I'm a part of NOAA, and I'm a member of Edge Hill United Methodist Church. You know, in 1976, I moved into a rundown neighborhood near the fairgrounds, paying $135 a month in rent. The neighborhood group there met with a guy from MDHA about getting some federal funds, CDBG money, to fix up the substandard housing there. He looked around and he said, "This neighborhood's too far gone." Fortunately, we didn't listen to him. We lobbied Metro Council for 3 years and eventually got funding to improve private housing, create a neighborhood center, and 5 apartments for low-income families. Heck, we even won an award from HUD, Housing and Urban Development. Our reward was massive gentrification. This is now called the Wedgwood-Houston neighborhood, and it's way too expensive for me to live there. Now, that neighborhood is indeed too far gone, just in a different way. And this has happened to so many of our neighborhoods. You and your constituents already know that we're in a housing crisis. 52% of renters are rent burdened. Home ownership is out of reach. So what do? In 2021, a mayor's task force said we needed 53,000 affordable units and we have to create 5,000 units a year, but we're way behind. They called for $30 million every year in the Barnes Fund for affordable housing to dig us out of this hole. Mayor O'Connell put it into his budget, and that's a great investment because nonprofits leverage $9 in other funds for every $1 they get from Barnes. This means that any cuts in the Barnes Fund will make a gigantic hole in producing housing. The Barnes Fund is certainly not enough, but it's our main tool right now. Please dedicate $30 million to this fund so someday someone does not look at Nashville and say, this city is too far gone.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carlene Dowell, and I'm also in John Rutherford's district, District 31. And I'm also here to speak in support of the Barnes Fund. I am also here to represent NOAA, Nashville Organized for Action and Hope. The Barnes Fund needs to stay at $30 million. We've been advocating for this for a long time, and the Affordable Housing Task Force that the mayor before, I'm sorry, Mayor Cooper, couldn't think of it. Mayor Cooper had also recommended $30 million at a minimum every year for the Barnes Fund. I have worked for a dozen years as a volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, and I got involved with that because my niece was a Habitat recipient, and becoming a Habitat homeowner broke generational poverty in our family and has created equity for her 4 children. Homeownership as well as rental need to both be provided through the Barnes Fund. And as Mike said, the nonprofits that work there work and receive the funds, including Habitat for Humanity, turn that every $1 to $9 additional dollars from grants and the private sector. It's a good deal, and they work well to bring us, last year, 3,500 additional affordable units to Nashville. It's not enough, but it's very important, and I ask you to support it fully this year.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Corey Jenkins, and I am the co-chair for the Economic Equity, Jobs, and Transportation Task Force for NOAA. I am a member of Riverside Chapel Seventh-day Adventist Church in District 2, where I lived for over 20 years. And I am currently a member, I live in District 27, where David Nash is my council member. Before I say anything else, I just want to say, Varsity, I salute your power and we support your cause. Great job showing your power, young people. We love you. We believe in you. Keep doing it. 4 quick points I have for you. First of all, education. NOAA requests that $1.25 billion be put into the Metro Nashville budget to replace the loss of the ESSER funds that provided wraparound and other services that were actually being effective. And so taking that money away, not replacing those funds, will hurt our children tremendously. It's an investment in our future. Second of all, NOAA supports $880,000 to initiate the IDEA program, which provides sufficient pay for court-appointed attorneys who support and defend people who can't hire attorneys for themselves. It's an equity and a justice issue. Thirdly, economic equity. We support the COLA increase for our Metro employees, our union workers who work so hard, and every time a new person moves into Nashville, they have to work harder for the same amount of pay. They deserve more than that because that COLA request is based upon the national average of the COLA index. But if you lived here more than 30 days, you know it costs more than that to live here than the national average. So they deserve at least that. Also, support our support staff for Metro Nashville, who they need an increase in their pay scale. And also, the COLA doesn't even address the increase in their healthcare costs that are more and faster growing than COLA. Last thing is affordable housing. I moved my father here in November, and I didn't realize until I actually went to see him that he was paying half of his income in housing costs. That should never happen in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Stewart. I live in District 24, and I'm here with NOAA and St. Bartholomew's Episcopal Church. It's not a surprise to anybody here that Nashville needs more affordable housing for both renters and homeowners. I was delighted to see that Mayor O'Connell put the $30 million for the Barnes Fund in the budget, as we have been asking for years, and as all of you know, we need. I'm here to ask you to maintain that money because, like the majority of Nashville's renters, I spend more than 30% of my income on housing. And that is a squeeze that means that I can't save for emergencies or for a down payment so that I can be a homeowner someday. 52% of Nashville's renters are in the same boat, and that number has risen dramatically in the last 10 years, probably about 10% from the numbers that I've seen. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit. I serve as a election official for the city of Nashville, and I want to live here. So please maintain those funds for the Barnes Fund so people like me can stay in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Macy Fluharty. My city council person is Sandra Sepulveda. I'm here to ask you all to approve 2 spending plans that our city's youth and organizations have gifted us with to help protect children. The first is the Solidarity Spending Plan in regards to the genocide in Palestine. No matter where you fall on this issue or your understanding, approximately 15,000 children have died in Palestine since the end of last year. Nashville has repeatedly held educational forums and protests showing support of a ceasefire. This spending plan reflects our city's demands that we stand by the children of Palestine. Today is International Day of Innocent Children Victims of Aggression. Today is the day to say yes to the Solidarity Spending Plan. In our own backyard, youth and organizations have created the Varsity Spending Plan. This is a brilliant program that many students, organizations, mothers, representatives, teachers, etc. have been working towards and hoping for years. This will bring community centers so that our youth may have an accessible alternative instead of harmful activities that some children unfortunately find themselves in. It offers an Office of Youth Safety to focus on keeping our youth safe from tragedies like gun violence, and the high school restorative justice program can be key towards allowing our youth to heal from the violence they are unfortunately prone to in our state. Please listen to the people of your city and add the Varsity Spending Plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kaya Inman. I go to Maplewood, and I am also a youth intern with the Southern Movement Committee. My city council person is Sean Parker. The Varsity Spending Plan is important to me because it allows an opportunity within and outside of school for me and my peers to have an emotionally healing environment. I think Metro Council should pass this spending plan because not only would it make our city less violent, but give Nashville a reputation of listening to their youth and citizens. As a product of the Metro school system and its lack of restorative justice, I have been impacted through a variety of ways, such as gun violence and suicide. October 21st, 2022, I lost my best friend. She committed suicide. I know if we had more funding into our community through a plan such as the Varsity Spending Plan, you will be giving students an opportunity to learn from their mistakes and feel heard. Please add the Varsity Spending Plan to your wish list.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lyric Stewart. I'm a student at Maplewood and an intern at the Southern Movement Committee. My city council is Jacob Kinpin. We need the Varsity Spending Plan because it helps young adults stay out of the street and reduce gun violence in the youth committee and community. You say, how can we make Nashville better, safer for our community? So actually listen to us when we say this. This should be the first step towards safety and better environment for our youth. Please add the Varsity Spending Plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mia Willis. I am 22 in District 10, and my city district council member is Jennifer Webb. Please look at me while I'm talking to you because I have something important to say respectfully. Why do we need the Varsity Spending Plan? If you pass this plan, it will simultaneously attack a lot of issues addressed here today at once. City council members, feel free to participate. By a show of hands, who has been personally affected by gun violence? Okay, put your hands down. What about suicide?
Hands down. Incarceration? Okay, you get the point. As you can see, we have a vast majority of people who have been impacted by gun violence, incarceration, and suicide, regardless of race, gender, or age. At the age of 22, I personally have seen a young man die in front of my very own eyes. I have a brother who killed himself at the age of 21, and I have a brother as well as longtime friend who has been in and out of jail for years. If you don't want to care or listen to my own experience, listen to the countless of people who have raised their hands today, as well as to your own, your children, and even families and friends. We not only need to stop gun violence from happening within our youth, but also tend to the plenty of young lives who have witnessed it firsthand. Too many of our young people believe the trauma they have experienced in only a short amount of time of being on this earth is normal due to the fact that it is frequently happening. Seeing a peer get shot and or killed is not normal. Having someone close to you take their own life is not normal. Having numerous family members and friends incarcerated on the daily is not normal. Over the last 3 years in Nashville, there have been 1,000 shootings, almost 10,000 crimes with the threat of a firearm. And in 2022, there were 115 suicides, with the highest number seen in Davidson County from 2017 to 2022. It is your duty to change these numbers. It is your duty to make this change, not just for your community, but for your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren, and so forth. I'm not asking that you add this to your wish list. I'm demanding it because this plan can literally be the definition of life over death for not just our current youth, but our future ones too. Why wouldn't you want to be a contribution to that?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alexandria Danner, and I'm the Metro Organizer for SEIU Local 205. I'm here representing over 1,500 Metro and MNPS employees that have devoted their lives to serving the people of Nashville. I'm here today with my union siblings to ask you for a 5% cost of living adjustment. As you all know, Mayor O'Connell proposed a 3.5% COLA in this year's budget. Not only does this number fall short of the Civil Service Commission's recommendation of 4%, it also falls well below inflation levels. Before I continue, it's important to remind this body that a cost of living adjustment is not a raise. Approving a COLA in the budget means simply giving us enough money to keep up with rising rent, gas, utilities, groceries, healthcare costs, all the things that we need just to survive in this city. Asking us to accept a 3.5% COLA is asking every Metro and MNPS employee and their families to accept a pay cut. We cannot keep chasing inflation. We cannot hope to continue to grow as a city if we are not providing for the people that keep the city running. Expanding the park system, building new libraries, adding more and more programs and services in every department across the city is unsustainable if the people who do that work are left behind. Mayor O'Connell and Dr. Battle may not have the courage to step up and provide what Nashville workers desperately need, but today you have that opportunity. I acknowledge and respect the budget restrictions this year. My question to you is, what are we prioritizing as a legislative body? I'm asking you to prioritize your workers first, not only in this budget cycle, but in the years ahead. Please consider approving a 5% COLA for all Metro and MNPS employees this year. I look forward to working with you to ensure that all of the people of the city can thrive, not just a few. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yasmin Bailey. I'm in District 10, and my council member is Jennifer Webb. I attend Early College High School as a senior, and I am a part of the Southern Movement Committee as an intern. We can all agree that we have the problem of gun violence. It is something we continuously try to find solutions for, but never want to enhance already made solutions. It's your responsibility to make these changes happen, to fix our society, to enhance us as adolescents' future. I want to pass the varsity spending plan to help the need of high school restorative justice programs. From firsthand, I have experienced police being called over matters that can be resolved by exchanging a couple of words. I'm also a product of community center programs. I was able to benefit by learning life skills that I still use to this day. After school, I wasn't met with other alternatives because I was in an after-school program. Now that you see the benefits of community centers, please put the varsity spending plan on your wish list.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daria Carter, and I'm an emergency dispatcher at your local 911 center. I've lived in Nashville for 4 years, and I've been a dispatcher for the same 4 years. I moved to Nashville specifically to fulfill my dream of being a 911 dispatcher in a major city. I knew going into this career that there would be long hours, stressful days. Some holidays may be lonely with my family being back in Memphis. Walking into this job, I also was under the impression that I would be able to live comfortably in the city that I would work hard to help protect. In the beginning, I was advised that I could expect stepped raises as a normal part of employment tenure, along with cost of living adjustments, but that has proven not to be true. In the past year, steps have been frozen depending on the budget year, and in some years, such as last year, when we did get a cost of living adjustment, we were told to not anticipate that again. Myself and the majority of my coworkers work 40 hours a week plus significant overtime to answer 911 calls, to answer non-emergency calls, and to help support all of the special events in the city that the city hosts, such as the CMA Fest, the NCAA tournament, and the list goes on. Day in and day out, we listen to the calls that the Southern Movement Committee have been speaking of today. So I myself definitely support what they are fighting for in the city. We are your first responders in the city of Nashville. I'm not here to beg for a cost of living adjustment above 3.5%. I know that my coworkers and I deserve that and so much more. I am asking you to please respect us and our work by putting forth a budget that helps us live comfortably in the city that we work for. That doesn't mean we lose money doing the essential services needed in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rafia Muhammad McCormick, and I'm a member of Mothers Over Murder, a grief action group that meets at Rock United Ministries in District 21. Our city council member is Brandon Taylor, but our group reach spans across Nashville, represented by many members of this council. Today, I come to you to ask for your support for the varsity spending plan. This plan is crucial for our young people in helping prevent the potential for them in being victims of gun violence, the #1 cause of death in Tennessee youth. This issue is deeply personal to me as I've lost my own child to gun violence. The varsity spending plan would allocate resources to our schools that give our youth the visibility and support they need. It aims to empower them to encourage their peers to avoid picking up a gun, fostering the safe communities we all desire. This investment is essential. It would fund extracurricular activities that allow young people to express themselves constructively and learn appropriate conflict resolution skills. We need to move away from relying on courts and jails when our youth get in trouble. This approach is destroying their lives, the lives of their loved ones, and the lives of our communities. Conflict is a major part of youth, but with the right opportunity and structures in place, they can learn to resolve conflicts appropriately and avoid repeating negative behavior. I'm very excited about the restorative justice piece of the varsity spending plan. As a victim surrogate for restorative justice programs in the juvenile system, I have experienced firsthand how this holistic approach encourages accountability, drills into the root cause of youth actions, and empowers those youth to want to make changes in their lives and not repeat poor behavior. I've seen that success, and I can only imagine the success in our school system. In conclusion, the varsity spending plan is a chance to invest in our high schools, addressing specific contributors to youth violence by providing essential support. I urge you to add this to your wish list.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ava, and I'm a part of the Southern Movement Committee. My council member name is Joy Stiles, and I think that you should support the varsity spending plan because it's important that for our communities that we live in a safe and that we are safe and continue to stay safe for our future generations to come. Therefore, addressing the gun violence that lurks around in our community is key to keeping our community safe. Please add the varsity city spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Austin Forsyth. I'm an emergency dispatcher at the Metro Nashville Department of Emergency Communications. I live in District 1. I want to first start by thanking all of you for the COLA of the past year and recognize that it did significantly help cover the cost of inflation. That truly made me feel like a valued partner within Metro as a whole. I've been observing the conversation this year, and I'm concerned and disturbed by the idea that Metro employees will be given less COLA than the rise of inflation. While HR says the steps will cover the difference, my coworkers and I know this simply to not be true. We feel the cost of inflation every day at the grocery store, at the gas pumps, and as our landlords raise the rent every year. Last year, the Department of emergency communications handle close to 1 million calls, including 911 and non-emergency calls. One of our sayings in the 911 industry is your worst day is our work day. So we feel what these young men and women are talking about in front of you today. We feel the uptake in their calls, and we listen to their cries on the phone every single day. With that being said, it's extremely disheartening to sit here and listen to discussion of wish list items that sound like pet projects for various neighborhoods, but then tell your most important assets, your Metro employees, that, well, the budget's tight this year and it's a bad tax cycle. Ultimately, there's no point of a new football stadium if you don't have the people that can work to ensure the safety of those attending and people that can afford to attend. Let's keep in mind we have Metro employees who have been here longer and have a longer tenure than the old Nissan Stadium. I truly hope you understand that as a Metro employee, it feels like you're all making a choice and you're choosing not to look at us as a priority. So I ask you to please consider this and consider fully funding our 5% cost of living adjustment. Hashtag don't bury us under the stadium.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? My name is Zach Jenkins. I'm a resident of District 17, and I'm an educator in District 21. So, as an educator, one of my main focuses is, does our youth have the resources they need to flourish and or be successful? So that's why I'm asking you all to support the varsity spending plan. This isn't just a plan, it's an investment into the youth. It's an investment that makes sure our youth have what they need to flourish, to be successful. Their families, their neighborhoods have what they need to be successful and to grow and to succeed. This helps you build safer communities. This helps address gun violence. This helps relieve or reduce any reliance on courts, jails, any arrest. You can focus, this plan focuses on restorative justice. This will help mitigate any harms that is done to our students in the schools. It focuses on funding our community centers. These community centers are the focal point for a lot of people in the community, a lot of kids in the community. This will help provide overall assistance to the community and provide programming to youth, to having a resource and a person that can provide one-on-one guidance for further influence to the youth in Nashville. So don't think of it as just a plan. Think of it as an investment to the youth in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary McKell, and I come in support of the varsity spending plan. I am a resident of District 22, a member of the Southern Movement Committee's youth cohort, and more importantly, a student, daughter, sibling, and friend. Although the last part may sound unnecessary, putting this in the context of the varsity spending plan, youth crime is increasing across the country as a result of progressively bad situations put in place by marginalization. Gun violence, drugs, carjacking, theft are all only facets of the matter which not only stress these relationships, but can result in the incarceration of youth. It creates a pipeline which sets people, flesh and blood just like us, back. However, the opportunity to close such a pathway has appeared before us, and it takes the form of the varsity spending plan. By redistributing $10 million into different institutions, $4 million into offices of youth safety, $4 million into community centers, and $2 million into high school restorative justice programs, we can effectively diminish juvenile crime rates across the country by tackling the problem at its source. Restorative justice is the key to these matters. It gives youth an opportunity for redemption and to make amends. Keeping this in mind, please add our varsity spending plan to your wish list, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna, and my city council member is Joy Stiles. As a Southern Movement Committee intern, I support the varsity spending plan. We need the varsity spending plan to help better our youth communities. The varsity spending plan will help better Nashville by providing youth safety in schools and community centers, as well as high school restorative justice programs within high schools. We need this plan because it allows our youth to feel safe in our communities. Please add the varsity spending plan to your wish list.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deani, and I'm a youth intern for the Southern Movement Committee. My council member is Brandon Taylor, and I'm hoping you take the varsity spending plan into consideration because as someone who partakes in a Metro District school, I for one feel unsafe and has a hard time learning the criteria that's being taught to myself and my classmates. I consider myself passionate about web design foundations and building my own website along with a copyrighted portfolio. But in order to do so, I feel the varsity spending plan will help better myself and in addition to my future career goals. I'm 17 and work a lot to help out at home, but when it's time for school, I'm feeling less motivated because I don't think the curriculum is considering my personal experience outside of school. There's a lot of distractions by other students in school caused by all forms of abuse, threatened by suspensions and being expelled, bullying, and so forth. I've also noticed that high school teaching is all about passing and less of real-life learning, since my classmates don't have the tools to manage their conflicts and emotions, so it's difficult to focus. So I'd like to recommend putting the varsity spending plan into place for me and my classmates to help and better the education that's being taught. Please, and I again say please, vote for the varsity spending plan, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anastasia. I'm a resident of District 28 and my city council member is David Benton. I'm a youth intern with Southern Movement Committee. I went to KIPP Nashville Collegiate High School. When I would look in my school environment, I recognized that students would temporarily resolve their conflicts with violence. So there was no true solution to the epidemic in my school. So I joined Southern Movement Committee to truly change that and to make an impact in my community, starting with the varsity spending plan. What's the problem in our community, you may ask? Well, our problem is that students are dealing with conflicting issues like gun violence and have nowhere to turn to. As a daughter from Nigerian immigrants, growing up with the knowledge that there is worldwide gun violence, but by starting off with the varsity spending plan, our goal is for our community to be safe and implement the necessary community-based resources for those less fortunate than me, like community center programs and permanent housing. The varsity spending plan is a $10 million investment in young people in our surrounding neighborhoods that bring forth the idea of restoring justice. We believe that by using conflict resolution to prevent false incarceration rates in our community can help to build safer communities. We are asking you to put $10 million to help students with restorative justice in order to increase conflict resolution. Vote for the varsity spending plan.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeremy. I'm in District 3 with Ms. Jennifer Gamble. We need to make a difference in our communities. It starts with me and you speaking out and speaking about our varsity spending plan. $10 million is not a lot, but it can get the movement in motion. This must go in effect no later than the next budget. That play starts today. We can win our generation, for our generation, and the generations to come. Please add this spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nicholas Drake. I'm a native Nashvilleian, community organizer with the Southern Movement Committee, and I live in District 12, where Aaron Evans is my council member. In my time working with the Southern Movement Committee and being able to work with the youth, some of the youth that you've seen here today, I've had the opportunity to really build a relationship with some of these some of these people, and champion their humanity in a way that is often not done in their schools, churches, community centers, and other places. And in the time that I got to spend with these young people, I truly have been able to see their character in full force. And I can honestly say that I believe that these young people are amazing folks. I'm of the belief that the idle mind is the devil's workshop. And if you don't got nothing better to do, you probably won't do anything better to do. And what I found through working with these young people, that when they're given an opportunity to do something better, they show tremendous potential, and they actually show the capacity to teach us a lot of different things. So it's with that I say and ask that you please, please, please add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tyler Brooks. I live in District 21, and my council member is Brandon Taylor. I'm a part of the intern with the SMC Youth Assembly, And as a member, I wanted to bring your attention to the varsity spending plan, budgeting for youth safety, community center programs, and restorative justice in our youth schools. Students all around, and not even just students, parents as well, complain about the quality of their education and the resources that their children use, judging if their school is really worth it. Now, I had a friend who only lived to see 15. He was a victim to gun violence because of how much he felt doubted. He doubted himself, he doubted his greatness, and in the end, he doubted his reason to live. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all all have been listening, you would understand that most of these youth that we have come up here has been talking about one thing, and that is the youth safety and gun violence. That's the most common thing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is that not sad? Like, that's actually pretty sad to see that the children of this world are actually scared that they don't live to see 18. It's sad that our streets are filled with all these gangs because students, and not even just students, other youths are scared because they have nowhere to go, nothing to do. I ask that y'all pass the varsity spending plan to help us as a solution. I ask that y'all open your hearts and your minds to see this. Please pass the $10 million for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Jo Cram. I live in Inglewood in Councilmember Emily Benedict's district. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of MNEA and a 15-year Metro teacher. I'm also a parent with 2 children in Metro schools. Teachers need a significant COLA in order to afford to live in this city. 3.5% is not enough. It does not come close to keeping pace with inflation, so it amounts to a loss in our buying power and functions like a pay cut. I keep hearing that this is a hard budget year, but I've been watching this budget process play out over the course of several years, and I see a pattern. It seems like the city only gives the schools adequate funding in the years when we are flush with cash from some federal windfall or from the property tax cycle. Meanwhile, our bills and our rent increase every year. Teachers can't afford to wait until the next time the city gets a sudden influx of money. If this city truly prioritizes education, its leaders will choose to pay its educators competitive salaries, even in years when the budget is tight. That's what Williamson County and Memphis are doing. They're raising teacher salaries 6% and 8% this year. I challenge City Council to top our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rico X, and I am a resident of District 11, and I work directly in District 17. I am speaking tonight in support of full funding towards the Barnes Fund. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Project Return, as well as the Alliance for Affordable Nashville. Project Return works to provide workforce development and wraparound support services for those individuals returning home from incarceration. In 2017, our organization expanded the scope of our work towards housing as we recognize that affordable housing is a critical component towards recidivism rates. Justice-involved individuals face extraordinary barriers and challenges in accessing quality and affordable housing in the city. As a nonprofit, providing affordable housing is no easy feat. It is important for us to leverage a multitude of funding so that we're able to make the numbers work and make affordable housing work. The Barnes Fund has been a key element of our ability to finance the renovation of properties we make available to our participants. We have received several hundred thousands of Barnes Fund dollars, which has assisted us in providing affordable housing properties for rent for our participants. Of all the tenants we have had since 2017, we have had a 0% recidivism rate. That is quite the return on the investment. While it is not the only solution, the Barnes Fund has been one of the most effective tools the city has in building and preserving affordable housing. So on behalf of Project Return and the Alliance for Affordable Nashville, I urge the council to fully fund the entire $30 million for the Barnes Fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charlene Culbertson, and I live in District 31. I'm a Nashville native, MNPS graduate, and an MNPS teacher. I've been trying the past few hours in the audience to formulate what I'll say to you this evening. I'm struggling due to the fact that I had to scroll through my calendar to figure out the last day I had off work because it's been over a month, so I'm a bit tired. As mentioned, I'm a teacher. I have a master's. I sit at step 5 on the MNPS pay scale. So if you look up at my gross income, you'd see you'd think I'd be able to live in my hometown comfortably. Well, you'd be sorely mistaken. Teachers are struggling to afford to live in the city they serve. I've been awake since 3 a.m. because I open Starbucks multiple days a week, which means I clock in at 4 a.m. to clock out at 7 a.m. to make it to Schwab Elementary to greet my students at 7:45 a.m. Yes, even this month because I'm teaching summer school. Now I'm here, still going despite leaving my house at 3:30 a.m. I'm one story. Ask any employee at an MNPS school what their second job is, because at this point, it isn't an if, it is a guarantee. I stand here to ask you prioritize funding MNPS employees with a respectful COLA, not this sad 3.5%. Say no to more money to the police and tourists. Say yes to those serving the future of the city, or you won't have anyone left to teach because this council continues to prioritize visitors and stadiums. Do not forget, we see how you vote and we know how to run for your seats. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bobby Negron. I live in District 16. Jenny Welsh is my representative. I'm an art teacher at Paragon Mills Elementary, member of MNEA, and this year's District Teacher of the Year. I am here today for the students who expect me to defend public ed. I'm here for the 900 plus teachers and support staff who haven't applied for jobs or are not returning to public ed because they can't afford to live in Nashville. I'm here today because our city officials and the mayor want to give teachers and support staff a 3.5 wage increase, and we should expect to take it politely and say thank you, while Amazon receives tax breaks and the billionaire Titan owners get a new stadium. I'm here today for the names of the teachers on the petitions we collected who could not be here today because they're preparing dinner for kids, taking care of their parents, or unfortunately driving to their second job, like Miss Crystal, our pre-K teacher. I'm here for Dwayne, our bus driver, who picks up and brings our students to school and home and sign our petition and deserves more pay. I am also here for Armando, who's in the room, Gustavo and Dennis, who are not, who've been victims of wage theft or have died while constructing buildings of knowledge, health, and wealth. We should have a city that takes pride in city projects, who have developers and contractors who are required to pay just wages and give workers the training they need to see tomorrow's sun. Instead, we have developers and contractors who coerce workers to sign a liability waiver before calling an ambulance, or bid on contracts that require less workers with faster finish dates. How many more grieving mothers, spouses, children do we have to call until it's enough? Ya basta. There is something in the air that feels different in Tennessee. I don't know if it's the UAW victory by VW workers in Chattanooga, or the fact that Tennessee rural and urban public school educators and parents defeated Governor Lee's voucher scheme. But I see hope and truly believe that when people are treated with dignity and can pay the rent without breaking the bank, our community flourishes. I hope you will do what you need to do. And as a great mind once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Use it for good, not mediocrity. Show us you can do better than 3.5%.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is LJ McGee. I live in Davidson County. I'm here in support of the Poder Popular. We reject the increased investment in the Barnes Housing Trust Fund unless the city commits to move away the profits-driven models. Most of the awards granted by the Barnes Fund are going to the profit-driven developers who mistreat their workers and residents and only provide affordable rent for a short term and before raising the rent. If you drive throughout Nashville and you see the status of working class people with signs saying hiring for $15 or $17 an hour, how can anyone survive with these wages? I used to have a felony on my record, which was removed after the fact. I was never convicted. So after 3 years of false charges on my record, I could finally apply for jobs without limitations of having any felony. For 3 years, I had accepted below poverty wages due to false accusations. The fund should finance housing projects that prioritize long-term affordability, residents, agencies, and dignity and accessibility for Nashville low-wage workers and oppressed communities, such as immigrants, disabled people, and formerly incarcerated individuals. More housing co-ops and community land trusts, less temporarily affordable rentals. We also want the Barnes Fund commission to include the voices and input of working-class renters and grassroots housing organizations that understand the struggle to find dignified housing in Nashville. We demand a say in how we spend our money by the Barnes Fund. We don't want to finance housing scams. We want our tax to go towards housing our people, not towards enriching developers and management companies and mistreat residents and quickly raise the rent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Daniel. I live in Davidson County. I'm an organizer with the Tennessee Student Solidarity Network, and I'm here in solidarity with Poder Popular. We reject increased investment in the Barnes Housing Trust Fund unless the city commits to moving away from profit-driven models. Most of the awards granted by the Barnes Fund are going to profit-driven developers who mistreat their workers and residents and only provide affordable rent for a short time before raising the rent. We have had other members who tried to be here tonight but have to get up at 4 a.m. to work at construction who can attest to the fact that they're facing eviction from Barnes Fund properties. Barnes funded properties are even forcing a resident to pay for legal fees in the eviction process. So we're here to say no more of these profit-driven models, no more of commodified housing. We need to show Nashvillians across the city that housing is a human right. I was an organizer in my time as a Vanderbilt student, and I saw 2 construction workers die building a dormitory, and they were living on site. They were unhoused because people are getting paid $14 to $17 an hour. These construction companies go pick people up at unhoused encampments. So this fund should finance housing projects that prioritize long-term affordability, resident agency, and accessibility for Nashville's low-wage workers and oppressed communities, such as immigrants, disabled people, and formerly incarcerated individuals. More housing co-ops and community land trusts, less temporary affordable rentals. We also want the Barnes Fund Commission to include the voices and input of working class renters and grassroots housing organizations that understand the struggle to find dignified housing in Nashville. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Heather Lefkowitz. I am in Brenda Gadd's district, District 24, and I want to thank this body for the commitment and the concern that it has shown towards equitable funding for artists. A favorite author of mine said that I like the experience of being able to confront an experience and resolve it as art. Funding artists as individuals and as artists who are aligned with organizations that serve the community demonstrates the commitment of the city to fund individual and collective transformation and resolution towards acting justly and loving mercy towards repair. This is essential work, especially this year in this moment in history for the commission, for the city, and for our world. To that end, amidst all the constraints that you face, yes, I am asking that council commit to fully funding Metro Arts, and also knowing that artists in our community wear multiple hats, and many artists are themselves teachers and other employees of Metro government, and in support of our staff at Metro Arts, I also ask that you approve a 5% cost of living increase. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim Jester. I'm a resident of District 11, where Jeff Eastlick is my commissioner and council member, and I'm also a Metro Arts commissioner. I'm here tonight to ask you to fully fund Metro Arts at the same level as last year. I know Metro Arts has been through several troubled years, but that doesn't lessen the importance of arts in Davidson County, or specifically the need for individual artists to come to Metro Arts for funding. As commissioners, we are actively working to straighten out many of, or if not hopefully all of the current problems with Metro Arts. And I would very much like to say that in the next year or so, we'll be worthy of 1% of Metro Arts' budget. But as the chair of the Grants and Funding Committee, I'm asking that you consider funding Metro Arts at 1%, at the full funding level from last year. And please trust us to do this wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea. Courtney Johnson represents the district that I live in, and Antoinette Lee represents the district that I frequent. But actually, all of you represent where I work, where I grocery shop, where I have fun activities with my son, where I serve as a school psychologist, where I serve as a mentor. All of you represent the populations that I serve. A solution to gun violence does exist. A solution to conflicts among students and young adults in Nashville does exist. We do need services to keep our young people out of trouble, and we need to make sure that they have opportunities to do so because idle minds are susceptible to dangers. We must be intentional about these solutions that exist. There is a solution to idleness after school hours, and as a mother, as a friend, as a church member, as a confidant, as a mentor, as a sister, as a person, as a human being that votes for my council people, that makes sure that I am learning about what's going on in the city that I live in and that I spend my money in and that I invite my relatives and my family from Memphis, Tennessee, where I'm from, to come up here, it matters. I'm asking you all to please add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. Invest in the youth. We see different things online, different memes that say these are not the children that Whitney Houston sang about, right? And we think that's funny and we like to laugh, but no, there is so much violence that goes on in our cities and there are solutions that exist. So all of you serve communities and districts that have violence, that have youth that don't have things to do after school. It shouldn't cost an arm and a leg for some young person to find something constructive to do. So I'm asking you to please add the varsity spending plan to your list. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wolfgang Bronner, and I currently live in District 13, represented by Russell Bradford. So I'm here today to advocate for the varsity spending plan. Before I transition working for Nashville Public Libraries, I was an educator for 5 years. I have personally seen the challenges and struggles that our young people face. I have seen schools across Nashville claim to work in a restorative and transformative manner, but only in name, but not in substance. This is hurting our young people who are promised accountability, restoration, and their needs fulfilled. Because there exists no accountability and no fulfillment, this is escalated outside of the schools to where we have a high gun violence amongst our youth today. The varsity spending plan will help young people by finally fulfilling their needs, and the way to do that is through massive investment in community-centered resources that directly and materially impact young people. This includes more funds for community-centered programming and Office of Youth Safety and actual restorative justice. Let me be clear. These are some examples of non-solutions for our young people. More money for cops who are trained by genociders, prisons, red flag laws, or any mechanism that seeks to criminalize our young people more than restoring them. I am demanding that you all pass the varsity spending plan so we can begin to heal our young people. I am also asking that you increase the cost of living to 5% for the people who want to assist our young people and who are there for our young people every single day. And lastly, I'm asking that y'all all pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Metro City Council. My name is Denzel Caldwell. I live in District 9. My council person is Tanya Hancock. I'm asking Metro City Council to add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. There are children who will be able to have a future, a safer future, if you make the right wish list. Safety isn't a condition that happens naturally in Nashville. It is intentionally created. With $10 million allocated to the varsity spending plan, safety in Nashville can be intentionally created. Years of research on gun violence has shown us that investing in proactive measures, such as restorative justice programs in our schools, can stop violence before it begins. Community center programming has been proven over the years to redirect energy towards constructive activity and from violence after school and in the summer. An Office of Youth Safety can ensure these programs are run efficiently and in alignment with community needs. Metro City Council members, don't wait for another life to be lost. Add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all can hear me? My name is Devin Bardo, and I am a resident of District 2, and Keontae Toombs is my city council person. We need the varsity spending plan because our teenagers and young adults need to be able to live safely within and outside of our neighborhoods, while also giving us a more constructive outlet to create a city that we can belong in. The people who came before me and will come after me, their stories aren't new. Our stories aren't new. They've been happening, and they've been drowned out by issues deemed more pressing and more palatable. I'm not going to stand here and ask you to give us resources to let us live safely and comfortably, like so many of you in front of me do. You hear the stories, you see the hurt, and we'll know where you stand by your upcoming choices. Add the varsity spending plan to your wish list.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and Nashvillians. My name is Charlie Rodriguez, and I am a resident of District 15. My council member is Jeff Gregg. I am here asking for your consideration when it comes to funding the Compliance and Contracting Board with $300,000 in funding. Our community has witnessed a tragedy on Metro property at Glen Clef High School due to an unscrupulous contractor. The funding of this board will safeguard our community that has suffered for the past decade since the construction boom in Nashville, as it has been plagued by irresponsible contractors. This board will safeguard Metro by aiding its departments who already have an immense workload looming over them by partnering with them in order to ensure that the contract signed between Metro and a contractor is honored. The funding of this board will elevate responsible contractors who abide by the law and the contract that they have signed with Metro and operate under the responsible and safe procedures to minimize injury and death. These responsible contractors will thrive, and so will their workers. The people that will not benefit from this board are unscrupulous contractors that cheat and lie. They rob their workers of their wages and of their dignity, and in some cases, they rob them of their lives and of their loved ones. With contractors operating within Metro like the one that Dennis worked for, it now leads us to questions and no answers. Are they trained in safety procedures to keep them safe and everyone in their vicinity safe? Are the workers being allowed to take cover under inclement weather? Can the workers take a water break during a massive heat wave? Are areas of danger sealed off and manholes covered? Are the workers that are building Nashville being paid what is rightfully theirs, earned through tedious and laborious work? Thank you for your time, and I ask for your strong consideration of funding the Compliance and Contracting Board. P.S. Please fund these other people too with the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Vice Mayor. My name is Ryan Gurley, and I've been a representative with the Painters Union here in Nashville since November 2019. I'm here tonight to ask you to please fund the $300,000 towards the Compliance and Contracting Board. Since my time here, we've seen a disturbing number of construction-related deaths. In the year 2022 alone, there were 43 fatalities on construction projects in the state of Tennessee, with the majority of those taking place in Nashville. Each of these tragic losses isn't just a number, it's a person with a family, friends, and a future that's unfairly cut short. One of the reasons for these deaths on construction sites is because contractors do not adhere to the safety guidelines outlined by Metro, and that there was a lack of oversight to ensure that these contractors were following those guidelines. The underlying cause of these incidents often come down to irresponsible contracting and insufficient training. When contractors take shortcuts to save time or money, they put lives at risk. It's crucial that we demand the highest standards of safety and accountability from every contractor. No project is worth a human life. Training is equally vital. Proper training equips workers with the knowledge and skills to identify hazards, use equipment correctly, and respond to emergencies. This goes beyond mere compliance. It's about creating a culture of safety that is deeply ingrained in every aspect of our work. Please pass this legislation in regards to the Compliance and Contracting Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dylan Moore. I live in District 9, and my council member is Tanya Hancock. I'm a teacher in MMPS and M&EA member. I've lived in this city for 5 years. In that time, I've learned that every year the people of this city have to come here and beg for scraps for what they need. The cost of living is rising in the city, and the wages of Metro employees is not rising with them, unfortunately. I'd like to bring particular attention to the substitute teachers and contracted workers of MNPS. These workers still fall well below a livable wage for Nashville. And not only that, but they also fall below the stated livable wage goal for Metro. These are the workers that make my job as a teacher possible, and it is becoming harder and harder for them to stay here. Is this the type of city that we want to build, where the workers that serve us can't even afford to live here? Where we pay for new stadiums and tasers instead of paying our own workers? Help build a city that we can all live in and support the people's budget and the budget demands of MEA and the varsity spending plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony Welch, and I live here in Davidson County in the 37208 zip code. I am here with Poder Popular. We reject increased investment in the Barnes Housing Trust Fund unless the city commits to moving away from profit-driven models. Most of the awards granted by the Barnes Fund are going to profit-driven developers who mistreat their workers and residents and only provide affordable rent for a short time before raising the rent. I think one thing we have to acknowledge here is that running with a profit-driven model, we inherently choose to commodify people's lives as well. We offer a dollar on their time, on their living, and we say, if you cannot afford it, you do not deserve it. And what does that tell you? That tells you that safety and care is not at the center of this matter. With that being said, also, about a year ago, I'm a community member who's worked as an organizer with housing and as in labor. And one thing that we've noticed working within housing, with one particular housing complex, Hobson Flats, towards Antioch, it is funded by Barnes Fund. On one end, they skipped, what was it? They skipped the safety. They skipped the checkups that they needed to do to make sure that the housing was safe. So when people moved in, there was no real check on, is this housing fit? Not only that, folks who were given government checks, like on Section 8, had assistance from the state who were supposed to be able to just submit their checks each month from the state. It did not support them. The Hobson Flats management still was kicking people out. I say all this to say, we demand a say in how our money is spent by the Barnes Fund. We don't want to finance housing scams. We want our taxes to go towards housing our people, not towards enriching developers and management companies that mistreat residents and quickly raise the rent. We want housing accessible to all Nashvillians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening to all. My name is Christy Weiser. I live in the Inglewood community, and Emily Benedict is my council person. I have been employed by the Metro Parks Department since November of 2004. Lately, I have been reflecting over the past 20 years and thinking about just how much has happened before getting hired by Metro and then purchasing a simple 2-bedroom, 1-bath home in Nashville. That same year, I had just received my Master of Science from MTSU. Soon after graduating, I eagerly accepted a 19-hour-a-week position as a recreationalist at the Shelby Park Community Center. Over the course of that next year, I was promoted to 30 hours a week. To reach a 40-hour civil service position, I was shifted around to 5 different community centers in less than 2 years. During this time, I always worked as a restaurant server 20 hours a week to make my mortgage and bill payments. Nearly 20 years later, I am now a park naturalist of over 16 years at the Shelby Bottoms Nature Center. I have remained in the same home throughout all this time. Making ends meet has not become easier as this city has grown, and the cost of living is only on the rise. Along with my role served with Metro Parks, I have always maintained another form of a job to bring in added income to stay afloat. The COLA increases from the past have helped some, and I am grateful. I am not as young as I was when I first began working with Metro. Every year, we only become busier and more is asked and expected of us. It is important to keep folks like myself in mind during this time when deciding on the COLA percentage increase. We give our all to this city and continue to do so. 5% COLA is vital to our survival. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Silva Brooks, and I'm a paraprofessional at Stratford STEM Magnet High School. I've been working for MNPS for 32 years. In considering a 5% cost of living adjustment, the COLA for all Metro employees, I would like to draw the councilman's attention to the rate inflation over the course of the last 3 years. 2 years ago, in June of 2022, the national inflation rate reached 9%. And although the national inflation rate for March of 2024 sits at 3.5%, Moody's has ranked Tennessee second in the nation for the highest localized inflation for Metro Nashville area. As housing prices continue to climb citywide and the average household spends more on groceries, consumer products, child care, it is important to consider the well-being of all MNPS employees and their families. The 5% cost of living increase will help with the present inflation and take into the account of the past 2 years in which inflation was set between 5% and 10%. If a cost of living increase is not passed that surpasses the rate of inflation, all employees will lose increasing amount of their paycheck to the rising costs in the city. In the next 2 years, as I prepare for retirement, I'm going to feel sorry for Metro schools. All Metro schools is going to be closed due to non-staffing. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donna Clay. I work for MNPS. I've been there for 10 years now. I work in a cafe. This COLA is very important, and I'm going to tell you why. I came out of District 7. My zip code now is 37086. Y'all know where I'm at. I shouldn't have to move from Nashville to live. It didn't make sense to me when I had to do it, but it was necessary. The COLA is very important. I'm going to tell you why. And I'm doing this for my co-workers as well as me. These people are working 2 to 3 jobs. And when I tell you, and this one makes no sense to me, they work for the school in the daytime, but they're cleaning up at night. Okay. It's very important. It's very important. Miss Emily, I have left the district. You probably weren't in here, but my new zip code now is 37, you know I love you, 37086. They moved me out of Davidson County. But I'm still working here. I continue to work here. I'm going to continue to strive and work for Metro Schools because I love the job and I love the kids. But the COLA is very important to the people. We need this. I appreciate what y'all have done in the past, but the 5% it will help out a lot. The extra is needed. So it hurts the kids the most because their parents are not at home. I feel sorry for the little kids. Everybody don't have family who's going to help them, who's going to help them with their babies, who's going to help make sure the kids get their homework done, who's going to make sure this child is in the house at 10 o'clock at night. Everybody don't have that. And the parent who's working hard and trying to do right, that's a child that's suffering. And I just think it's only fair that y'all just go back and revise and think about that 5%. Once again, I appreciate it. I thank y'all all for what y'all do and continue doing the hard work that y'all do for the city. But it's not enough, and I thank you all.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, Madam Pro Tem Suara, I'm going to take a brief break, is going to preside for a little while during the public hearing. So thank you.
Thanks. Please continue.
Good evening. My name is Chinyere, and I'm a resident of
District 11, where my council member is Jeff Eslick. I work with the Southern Movement Committee and our Youth Assembly membership as well. And today I give my comment in deep support of the varsity spending plan for many reasons, but most especially because I believe that we, our people, our youth, our friends and family in our neighborhoods, and also our futures, deserve the fullness of what a well-resourced, restorative justice center city and community has to offer. Echoing the outlined request for our varsity spending plan, which will be a $10 million investment into our community, I know that allocating at least $2 million to create an Office of Youth Safety will ensure that our young people are surrounded by and have channels that prevent the symptoms of what an under-resourced and poorly funded community environment looks like as what we currently see. So simply put, problems happen when you don't have your needs met, and because our youth are at a critical stage of their development, having lifelong forms of punishment and policing does more damage than good. Instead, having a restorative justice practitioner through this Office of Youth Safety is making sure that we have healthy, expansive, and transformative solutions as our first response to building safe communities. I believe we deserve this and abundantly more. Please add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, are we here? I know it's late now, okay? So we'll try to make the time go. But my name is Ebony French, and my council person is Tom Cash. The varsity spending plan is vital to seeing the continued advancement for all young people in the Nashville area. All young people in the Nashville area, not all young people who live in certain districts, but all young people in the area, and not just here. It expands out. Every young person deserves the opportunity of enrichment, safety, and exposure to new skills. The portion of this plan that touches me the most is the investment in community center programming and the programs that could be created for our young people. I was a participant and I was a recipient of these programs, but a lot of people weren't. And I was able to learn new skills and really open up my mind to things that I hadn't even imagined, things that I could do, skills that I could learn, because it just wasn't there for me. And so that's why I believe that this is important. I understand that the impact and the exposure to new ideas, places, and skills that I would not have obtained otherwise or had my life today because of those programs that I went to, that I attended, that I was afforded the opportunity to go to. I knew that my life would be different than other people. And I believe that our youth deserve to have that experience. As you can see today, we had a wonderful, amazing youth that came here, and they spoke and they shared their stories, deep, vulnerable stories, and those deserve to be honored. It is brave to stand in front of people who may have never stepped a foot in your neighborhood. So I want you to honor that. I want you to think about that, and I want you to add the varsity spending plan to your wish list. It is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Trey French. I live in District 18. Tom Cash is my city council person. And as a therapist, I know that our children deserve, our young people deserve dedicated services that fully address their needs without reinforcing harmful structures. And I believe the varsity spending plan does this. I had a whole speech prepared, but I really just want y'all to listen to the young people that already came before us, that told us exactly what we need, exactly what they need. And if you are not going to put this on your wish list, you get to answer to them on why you chose not to, because they made it very clear and gave us very vulnerable stories and reasons that they shouldn't have to tell y'all to get y'all to care about this. So those of y'all who already care, thank you so much. And those of y'all who don't, please at least pretend and put the varsity spending plan on your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brandon Gooch. I live in District 2, Quante Tune District. I'm with the Black Nashville Assembly. Y'all should support the varsity spending plan to increase the community center so they can learn skills and trades that keep the youth off the streets. And that will put them in a health and safety environment. And that will reduce gun violence, and that will reduce the overpopulated juvenile system. So please put this in y'all wish list, the varsity spending plan. No, our varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maxine Spencer, and I live in District 19, Councilmember Jacob Pupin's district. Today, I want to advocate for you all to include the varsity spending plan in the wish list. So the varsity spending plan is a $10 million investment in the foundation of our communities, our young people. I spent several years of my life as a youth worker working across schools from Hillsborough to Maplewood to Pearl, working with queer and trans youth of color. And it's from that direct experience that I wholeheartedly believe that implementing the varsity spending plan will provide young people the supports they need to thrive. We need the varsity spending plan because it's a unique solution to reducing gun violence and growing our young people by providing the social, emotional supports that we all know that they truly need to thrive. Implementing the varsity spending plan offers this city a new vision towards strengthening our communities. When our young people have healthy environments in and out of school to be in, their quality of life is dramatically improved and our communities become safer. So I'm asking, please include the varsity spending plan in your wish list, especially if you truly want to make our communities safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up, y'all? I'm Mike Floss. I live in District 2. Councilwoman Toombs is my council person. And I just want to say I'm so incredibly proud of our young people and also proud of our members who came up here tonight, spending a lot of time. Some of them may have some upset parents about how late it is. However, they came and they decided to be a part of this democratic process. I'm the Arts and Culture Director for the Southern Movement Committee, and I want to talk about that culture piece. You know, we talk about shifting culture with restorative justice. We talk about changing the beliefs, the knowledge, and even the achievements of the people that are involved in that process, right? And that's what our young people have done. They were directly connected to the democratic process to determine the pieces that go into the varsity spending plan. These aren't things that people made up and they just feel like that's what sounds right. We're using the lived experience of our young people, the lived experience of their parents, and the lived experience of our members to determine what this should look like. That's where all of the ideas come from. It comes from the people and it comes from the community. So I just really, really want to ask that you allocate the $10 million for the varsity spending plan. We understand it's a flat budget this year. If you cannot do anything close to that, the priority is the Office of Youth Safety at least $2 million so we can get a pilot going, so we can get it off the ground. And in 2025, 2026, we can begin developing out that full varsity spending plan that you've seen before you in the one-pager. So please check out the one-pager, check out the website, oursmc.org/VSP. More information, and we are available to meet if anyone wants to meet. Tonight, tomorrow, we'll make sure we have time for you. Please pass the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jamel Campbell Gooch. I was born and raised and still live in District 21. That's Brandon Taylor's district. I'm currently in a family group chat. They couldn't make it here, so I have family in District 1. That's Joy Kimbrough. District 3, that's Jennifer Gamble. District 10, that is Webb, and more districts are coming in, and I can't keep up. So sorry for all the family that's watching. Recently, the Southern Movement Committee had an opportunity to participate in a budget forum that was hosted by at-large council member Zorfax Aurora. And there was a question that was posed there that I think keeps me up at night, and hopefully it will keep you up as well. The question is, what will happen? What is at risk if we do not solve gun violence? And I think our young people today, our youth assembly members, have offered a plan in the varsity spending plan that's a step in the right direction. A step in the right direction looks like passing the varsity spending plan. A step in the right direction looks like investing $4 million into our community centers so our community centers have a restorative practitioner there. A step in the right direction is investing in a climate of restoration in our schools. And a step in the right direction is being innovative in creating the Office of Youth Safety. Now, we understand that there's a flat budget this year, but $2 million would help us get that Office of Youth Safety off to an incredible start. As you've seen today, our young people have taken a step towards you, and I'm here asking, are you willing to take a step towards our young people in passing the varsity spending plan? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Dunnigan, and I sit on the board of Neighbor to Neighbor. I'm respectfully asking that you support the amendment to renew funding for Neighbor to Neighbor. In short, we are a nonprofit that offers wide range of training and networking activities for residents and neighborhood organizations to help them preserve and improve their neighborhoods. Like you, we want residents to participate in their government, which is why we offer courses like policy and zoning and the very popular Neighborhood Leadership Forum, where council members and residents meet face-to-face to get to know each other and discuss issues. I hear from council members that they are always trying to find new ways to engage with the community. The directory of Nashville neighborhoods housed on our website gives you access to a database full of neighborhood organizations, community leaders, HOAs, and others. You can reach specifically defined neighborhoods. And our website will soon have a calendar of events that will list meetings that residents are having on their own, so you'll know when your constituents are meeting and about what. On a personal note, I'm the board member that represents the South Nashville precinct. I live in Southeast Nashville, and if you ask Southeast Nashville residents what they like most about living there, most of us answer the diversity. We are beyond what most people think of when they hear a diverse community. African American, white, Hispanic, but people from all over the globe. There's a large Kurdish population, a sizable Ethiopian community, too many to name with the time allotted. But you ask those same communities what they don't like about living there, and they all seem to say they feel left behind. Whether that's true or not, that's the perception. With this funding, those residents can continue to afford to attend our events. With this funding, we can continue to reach those left behind communities. Those are your social equity return on investment reasons. Now I want to mention your financial return on investment. Most of this money is reinvested right back into the city. Some of the events and programs this grant funds are teaching residents about the city. Since most of these events involve council and or city staff, you'll have real-time oversight. Again, I'm respectfully asking that you support the amendment to renew Neighbor to Neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Trent Benj. I'm a multimedia specialist, musician, and community advocate from District 4 down in Southeast, and I also chair the Southeast Antioch region on the Davidson County Democratic Party Executive Committee. Tonight, I come before you having prepared a speech for about two issues, transit and housing. Y'all have heard a lot from me about those two. But sitting back there, the back of the room, I have seen more people in these chambers that are my age. I'm 18 years old. I've seen more people below 18 in this chamber than I ever have before. And they all are communicating one clear message. Let's include the varsity spending plan in our budget this year. Let's finally build infrastructure around our young folks in the city. Let's get them a transitable city. Let's get them an affordable city. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to redevelop 2 malls within our city to build vibrant communities around them. Let's get it done. Let's finally do the work we've been putting off for 2 decades, the 2 decades I've been in this city. Let's get the work done. Let's build a city for people like me and for people like in and outside of this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Cecilia. I live in South Nashville, and I am speaking in support of Poder Popular, which includes members of the Mosaic Warriors Tenant Union and injured construction workers, some of whom are disabled and have to leave because this is not an accessible space at all. We reject money. We reject more money in the Barnes Fund unless they stop giving the money to profit-driven companies that evict, abuse, and squeeze profits from Nashville's most oppressed people, which is what's happening right now at projects like Barnes funded project Hobson Flats in Antioch, built and ran by Elmington. We met dozens of Hobson Flats residents about a year ago. And although it's a relatively new project, almost everybody we met has been evicted. We also talked to many construction workers who claim they weren't paid for building it. Elmington systematically raises rent by hundreds of dollars up to several times a year and harasses working class Black and brown residents. They unleash lawyers like Jennifer McCoy, often called the slumlord's muscle, on Section 8 single mothers and make them pay the legal fees. In some cases, they had even been paying rent and they just harassed them out to save Elmington some money. We saw how management retaliated against tenants who complained about them giving law enforcement full permission to conduct brutally unnecessary militarized raids without proper warning, setting off multiple detonations as children were getting off the bus. There are other alternatives thanks to advocacy by groups like the Mosaic Warriors. In 2022, Barnes approved a $7 million investment for a project that combines community land trusts with housing co-ops that centers long-term affordable affordability and tenant agency and accessible for all Nashvillians. We want more of that. We also want the workers to be taken into account when, you are giving in a project, what housing to be built. We demand a say. We don't want to finance housing scams, and we want housing accessible for all Nashvillians, regardless of immigration status, disabilities, or whether they're formerly incarcerated, and free Palestine.
Thank you.
Is it okay if I translate for them? Oh, perfect.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Vilma Pokorski. I'm originally from Colombia, and I'm citizen from America too, for 20 years. Tonight, I want to say, rechazamos darle más dinero al Fondo de Vivienda Barners, a menos que el fondo se comprometa a no financiar más proyectos de vivienda con fines lucrativos.
We reject to give more money to the Barnes housing fund. At least they compromise not to finance more projects of housing with lucrative purposes.
Yo viví en Hobson Flat, apartamentos. Renté un apartamento pues debido al alto índice como está costosa la vida. Y pues porque allí tengo entendido que pues es para personas de escasos recursos. Mi economía se me cayó bastante. Yo vivo sola y soy mi único income. Entonces fui allí, pero resulta que realmente el valor de el arriendo primero es muy costoso. A los 6 meses me subieron la renta y a los 6 meses me llegó una carta con un interminable número de requisitos a presentar si quería renovar el contrato. Entonces, pues creo que, wow, esto ha sido un abuso increíble porque tuve una cirugía de mi mano y a raíz de eso, bueno, me atrasé con la renta un mes y ya con esto me mandaron al abogado y no siendo suficiente los $250 que le piden para el abogado, me mandaron a la oficina solo con un mes de retraso. Allí me incrementaron $1,000 más. Mejor dicho, lo que parecía ser una bendición se me tornó en una pesadilla. En cuestión de 10 días de haberme retrasado de la renta, de 1,200 todo se me convirtió a 3,800, que hoy en día estoy pagando en la corte y de eso están tomando todo el dinero para intereses. Así que no creo que sea realmente una entidad que está usando los fondos para ayuda de las personas con bajos fondos, sino que al contrario, lo que parecía una bendición se me tornó en una pesadilla.
I rented an apartment from this company, and I was seeking an affordable place to live. What it looked or sounded to be a bliss, it turned to be a nightmare. And at the time that I was renting, I had an accident on my arm. I was late in a month for my rent, and they sent me a lawyer that I have to pay. My rent was $1,200, and at the end it ended up to being $3,800. What I was paying only the interest for the late periods. I'm right now litigating this with lawyers, and I want you not to fund this company anymore. They do not help. They only make all the winnings for themselves.
Y yo terminé entregando el apartamento, entonces pues no creo que realmente están haciendo para lo cual fue una entidad creada. Me pusieron muchos cargos en 10 días, de 1,200 se me tornó a $3,800.
In 10 days, I turned it at $1,200 to $3,800. I end up returning the apartment, not having a place to live. I don't think these people have the desire to help people with lower incomes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Gustavo López, vivo en el condado de Davidson
vengo con Poder Popular en representación de Guerreros de Mosaic. Gustavo López.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Lopez. I'm here with Poder Popular and what is the
Representación de Guerreros de Mosaic.
I'm in the representation of Guerreros of Misal.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es para pedirles de que antes de que vayan a dirigir esos fondos, sepan a qué manos van y con qué objetivo los van a distribuir ellos.
Before you finance or give them more funds to them, you need to find out what is the purpose and how they're going to be used.
Ya que el objetivo por el cual ustedes los envían esos fondos es para que haya una vivienda mejor hacia a los arrendatarios o personas de bajos recursos.
I know that you want to give this money so they can bring cheaper housing for people with low income.
Pero la verdad es todo lo contrario. Nosotros somos evidencia de ello y lo vivimos a diario. Lamentablemente solo vemos la diferencia un año. A partir de ese otro año cambian las cosas.
In reality, it's the opposite. We are living it every day. You live 1 year good, and then the next year, you start noticing the differences.
Y el objetivo de estar aquí es para rechazar continuamente de que esos fondos no vayan a propietarios lucrativos que lo que hacen es generar más ganancias y olvidarse de lo que son las personas que les llevan continuamente mes a mes la renta, no sabiendo con qué sacrificio uno lo hace para poder suplir lo que es la renta.
There are people that are not focusing on low-income people. They only want their winnings. They only want our rent to exploit us.
Tal vez ustedes no han pasado estos procesos que nosotros hemos pasado, que aparte de que la renta está incrementada, no le den un buen servicio, un buen funcionamiento de vivienda a cada inquilino.
I know none of you has to live this. Not only they increment the rent, but they do not maintain the buildings.
Para finalizar, es tiempo que Nashville le rinda cuentas a sus trabajadores. Queremos que la Comisión del Fondo Barnés incluya las voces y opiniones de los inquilinos y organizaciones que entiendan a la lucha de la clase trabajadora por una vivienda digna en Nashville.
It is time that Nashville asks for the accounts of these workers. We want that the funds and Commission of Barnés include the voices and opinions of all the tenants and organizations that understand the fight of the working class for housing with dignity in Nashville.
Gracias.
Thank you. And if the next speaker would just give us a minute to switch back.
Thanks for your patience. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Carter. I am an organizer with the Tennessee Student Solidarity Network in solidarity with Poder Popular. I did not originally intend to speak tonight, but because so many of our members had to leave because they have work early in the morning for jobs that do not pay enough to live in this city, I have been forced to come up and kind of like attempt to speak on their behalf. I live in Davidson County, and we reject increased investment in the Barton's Housing Fund unless we can commit to not-for-profit housing and moving away from profit-driven models, as we have seen in Vienna and Berlin to succeed. We as we've already seen testimony of, in Hobson Flats, this model has led to tenant exploitation. There is no need to continue the financial shell games in this city that continue to just abuse the working class. It's frankly a disgrace that this is even up for debate in a city where just in the past few years we've dedicated a comical amount of money to a stadium that we did not need. And we are squabbling over what is essentially pennies for affordable housing. It's astounding. So the fund should finance projects that prioritize long-form affordability, resident agency and dignity, and accessibility for Nashville's low-wage workers and oppressed communities, immigrants, disabled people, formerly incarcerated individuals, more housing co-ops and community land trusts, less temporarily affordable rentals, right? We also want the Barnes Fund Commission to include the voices and input of working class renters and grassroots housing organizations. Oh, damn.
I would like to say hello to all the Metro City Council members, and I live in District 30. Sandra S., I'm going to just leave it like that because I can't pronounce her last name. Forgive me. But my name is Ramona Hamilton, and I have worked at the same Metro school, which is J.T. Moore, for 24 years. I was one of the custodians that was transferred or outsourced in the year of 2010. I was making $13.07 an hour in 2010. Today, in 2024, with as much as the cost of living has increased in Nashville since 2010, I'm making $13 as a full-time employee. That comes out to $26,000 before taxes living in Nashville. HES, my current employee, hires both full-time and part-time employees. We do not have paid sick days, bereavement days, vacation, or holiday pay due to the budget being cut every year, according to my employer. It's even more difficult for some of my coworkers. Some get laid off on fall, winter, and spring breaks. No pay, no work on calendar holidays. School buildings are often left with only one custodian responsible for the whole building during the break. When we used to be able to do the extra upgrades, cleaning things like lights, walls, ceiling, windows, and doors, and tops of lockers. You can imagine how hard it is to hire and keep good workers when the pay is so low and the work hours are inconsistent. As soon as they find something better, they are gone. When I started a school custodian, sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Harris. I'm in District 2. Councilwoman Toombs is our representative to the council member. I would like to say I'm here to speak in behalf of my coworkers. I'm one of the senior custodians at Sylvan Park School. I've been there for 7 years, and I only have gotten one raise out of 7 years in that under that. We've been on a different outsourced company. And I'm a retired engineer for myself, but I've had to improvise my income to supplement my income to try to by working for the school, and I just haven't been able to deal with them. And I got other workers there working just as hard as I do, and some of these people don't have but one job. But I do get a retirement Social Security check, and it's still not enough for me. I work 40 hours a week, And we haven't had but one raise since out of 7 years. And some of the people have been there longer than I have. And I'm here to try to represent them, speak for them, and that would you consider putting us in your budget for the year, please, because we are here to try to facilitate the building for the children and the young children. I love being around the kids. And it's very hard job doing custodial work. Those of you ever done it, I don't know if you've ever done any work like that. But I climb ladders. We put in a fluorescent lamp, and I can't climb ladders anymore. I'm almost 75 years old. But I just want to say that I'm ready to decline and go south. But I just want to let you know we consider us put you in your agenda, your budget for the year. Thank you. Thank you,
sir.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all. I am in District 6. I live and work in District 6, Councilmember Capps District. Thanks for all you do, and just so grateful to be here and for everyone who's come before me. I am here in reference to wish list items for the Office of Family Safety and the Mary Parish Center to provide therapy for survivors of interpersonal violence. I'm Mary Catherine Rand, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mary Parish Center. We are one of the nonprofit partners who received ARP funding through the Office of Family Safety to provide therapy to survivors in our housing programs, as well as the Office of Family Safety's case management clients. The Office of Family Safety did request continuation of this funding in Metro's FY25 budget. However, it did not make it to the mayor's recommended budget. But both the need and the success of these clinical programs have been so great that I'm here before you tonight asking for your continued support. The relationship between domestic violence and mental health is closely intertwined. 30 to 60% of women with a chronic mental illness have experienced domestic violence, and on average, more than half of women seen in mental health settings are being or have been abused by an intimate partner. So therapy is vital to the health and well-being of survivors. Through this funding, we provided therapy to 100 survivors and their children, and 91% of survivors served through the therapeutic services reported a reduction in PTSD and also depression. So while the funding has been incredible for those that we serve, it's been even greater for our community. Thousands of adult and child survivors of interpersonal violence have received case management and therapy services through the Office of Family Safety and other partners like MNPD's Family Intervention Program, the Sexual Assault Center, Family and Children's Service, and Nashville Children's Alliance. The loss of funding will result in the loss of programs and services for survivors. Wait lists in our community will return to 6 months or more, and we know this wait time can be critical. It can be life or death. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Go ahead, please.
I know we're all tired and there's still a long line behind me, so maybe everyone take a deep breath and refocus and not be as distracted. My name is Cassie. I live in District 2. I teach in District 15, and I'm here asking council to give MNPS employees more than the meager 3.5% COLA that the mayor's budget offers. I keep hearing this is a tight budget year, but we have money for stadiums and tasers. I hear that MNPS teachers are the best paid in the state, but Memphis teachers are paid more while our Nashville cost of living is skyrocketing. I hear that the city minimum wage is $20 an hour, but substitute teachers and custodians make $13 an hour. I need you to understand that MNPS is hemorrhaging employees right now because landlords do not accept passion to pay rent. We need money, not pizza parties from the mayor. So what does this staffing crisis look like? Students are riding the bus 3 to a seat because we don't have enough bus drivers. Our vulnerable students with disabilities or who are still learning English are not getting their services because we are short-staffed. Math and English classes are going all year without a teacher. I repeat, no teacher, because no one is applying. Gyms are crowded with 4 to 5 classes at a time because there are no subs to cover for sick teachers. Students are increasingly struggling with mental health issues and not enough counselors or restorative justice practitioners to help. MNPS staff are crucial for operating this city. We feed, educate, and care for students who will go on to be the bus drivers, construction workers, politicians, musicians, and doctors, and everybody who builds and runs our city. But we can't afford to live in this city with only a 3.5% increase. We will be losing money as inflation continues to soar. We need at least a 5% cost of living increase to continue living and working here. So please offer a budget that honors MNPS educators and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Chase Gay. I live in District 10 and teach in District 3. I'm a high school music teacher and a member of MNEA. My partner is a cafeteria worker and a member of SEIU. He's watching right now. Hi, Finn. I'm here to urge you to adopt the People's Budget Coalition Solidarity Budget. Not only do our teachers and city workers desperately need at least a 5% cost of living adjustment, but my students and their families need access to affordable housing, restorative justice, and protective equipment against the ongoing pandemic. Y'all, I have homeless students. I lost a student to gun violence this year, and many of my students walk into the classroom exhausted and burnt out because they work hours and hours after the school day to support their families. These young people deserve better. As for my partner and I, if we're living paycheck to paycheck with only a 30-pound dog to care for, I have no idea how our colleagues support entire families on the same pay. Thriving communities are safe communities. Funding vacant positions in the police budget will not improve the safety and well-being of our city, but the proposed solidarity budget will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shan Ahmed. I live in District 31, that is under John Rutherford. Today I want to come forward in multiple capacities, one as a part of the American Muslim Advisory Council, 2 as a Kurdish community leader, and 3 as a community educator to hundreds of youth across the city. I have 2 priorities I want to bring to the table. The first is allocating $300,000 to the Build It Right bill in order to hire an executive director and inspectors to create a uniform system to audit contracts across all departments, uphold worker rights, and ensure compliance with equal business opportunities. Within a lot of global events, we are seeing so many new arrivals in our communities, and we are in need of these services as well because these folks are going into the construction fields with no knowledge or access to how to be represented. We're getting these cases of wage theft. We're getting these cases of dangerous site situations. I could tell you hundreds of stories, but the reality is if I show you the hands of most of the elders that I work with, you can see the history physically on their hands. And so I really do urge to allocate $300,000 to make sure that this is funded and able to happen. The second priority I want to bring up is to fund the library services in terms of interpretation services. There are a lot of things that our communities need across so many nonprofits that are struggling to meet these demands, and so allow us to access another route and bring these families in, whether it be in other languages, in spaces from financial management classes to computer classes to feeding programs and such. But that cannot be asked for without also emphasizing what many have said ahead of me, which is meeting the workers and the folks at their 5% cost of living adjustment increase and making sure that they are also able to be paid and live in the city to maintain these programs that so many folks need. So I hope you choose wisely and for the families and the folks who truly keep this city running. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I need everybody to pay attention to what everybody is saying. We're not just up here just raising our voice and begging. I'm not coming to beg. I came here last year at this time to ask, and I appreciate the ones that listen and follows your heart. My name is Elizabeth Hardy. Before I moved, I was in Bradford District, and I voted. I lived in Davidson County for 30 years before moving to White House in Sumner County. Why I moved? Because of this very thing I'm doing now, where everybody's asking for money. There's nothing wrong with us asking. I'm not begging. I worked 30 years for Metro schools, and I think I deserve at least 5% cost of living. I know I do. Not only me, everybody has been up here before you saying the same old thing. I know y'all tired of hearing, and I've been watching you guys. Like I've been watching all the other times. Some of you playing, they're laughing. because you don't care. You don't have a heart. You're talking amongst each other. You're getting up and walking, being distracted. That's not right. That's not fair. You don't care. If you care, you would show us. I'm a one-to-one paraprofessional, meaning I was hired to work with one student. But guess what? Because we don't have enough people to work, some of us, not just me, may have 2 to 3 students we work with. These are what they call special education students. That means they don't get the services that they deserve, nor the students that we're working with. No one gets the services that they get. So guess what? On a piece of paper, it's saying it, but it's not true. But we can't tell the parents that. That's not right. It's not fair. And you got to think about these students rely on us. I've been with my student for 5 years. I love that little girl. She screams all in my ear, but I love her. I'm dedicated to her. I'm her everything at work. I'm her everything. Most of us, we're their everything. The parents put them in our hands, and yet we're working. I work 3 jobs. I have worked tutoring, and doing school and after work. So please, give us that 5% we're asking for, not begging for. God bless, and I won't believe it till I see it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Armando Arzate from Workers Dignity. Somebody know me? I'm here because I am victim for wage staff in some places like MMPS or Vanderbilt. Por eso yo quisiera que aprobaran $300,000 para la Junta de Contratación y Supervisión, para que esto así pueda evitar el robo de salario para los trabajadores y el abuso de los trabajadores de esta ciudad. Que sea un delito no pagarle a un trabajador y si no se le paga, que se le permita demoler lo que no le paguen.
I'm here to ask you to approve the funding and approve the $300,000 for the Works Hiring Board and Supervision in the city. So this organization can help us fight the abuse of construction workers and the death of their wages in the city. Make it a crime or penalize when we are not paying for our work, or allow us to demolish when we are not paid for it.
Thank you for your attention. Have a good night.
Thank you.
How you doing, council members? My name is Lewis. I work for Metro Water. I saw a lot of you go to the restroom today. Thank you, Metro Water. I saw a lot of you come back with cups. Thank you, Metro Water. You know, y'all don't understand how important water is. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity. My department works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Holidays, we work. If something happens to your water at night, we're out there fixing it. I get the first call. My department gets the first call. Last week on a holiday, I worked 14 hours on call on a Monday. I'm a veteran, and I worked that holiday. So I'm just asking you all for the 5%. I really want 6. I really want 7. You know, because we work hard. I'm talking about we work hard. Wintertime, we're out there working. Dead of summer, we're out there working. So if you feel it in your heart, help us out with the 5%. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Craig Bartow with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Our candidates for the White House, Claudia De La Cruz and Karina Garcia. You can find out more about them at Vote Socialist.
Please speak on the operational budget, sir.
And it's a budget issue, Madam Chair. So the concern is here that, you know, I'm listening to all of these people come up, and it reminds me of a social media post I saw from a young therapist. And the gist of it is this. He said, you all are coming to us. You're coming to us for therapy. What you really need is a revolution. And what you're seeing here with the people lined up behind and ahead of me is the revolution. But if I were a cynic, I could see a pattern. I could see Metro not lifting a finger to help people with their rent, half of whom can't afford to live here. There's a little bird told me that Councilmember Porterfield went to Vienna. That's the only direction to go in. But what we really need is socialism here. But beyond that, you know, I'm also a member of the Black Alliance for Peace here in Nashville, and we have an analysis similar to Puerto Popular. I will say that our analysis is a little different because there is some value to the affordable housing scam. The mayor says, in first proposed budget, Mayor Freddie O'Connell prioritizes affordability. What does that mean? When you're spending $30 million on a busted project and $300 million on MNPD. Does that sound like prioritization? I don't think so. Free Palestine.
Hello, Council. My name is Nicholas Forster Benson. I live in Hillsborough, and my representative is Tom Cash. I'm a student and researcher of public policy at Vanderbilt. And last year, we elected a progressive mayor who told us that he would prioritize affordable housing. But the fact is, the numbers don't lie, and we can see that of the over $3 billion budget proposed, only $30 million will be allocated to the Barnes Affordable Housing Fund. That is to address our city's biggest challenge, as over 68% of Nashville's renters are cost burdened by housing. The best we can do is give what is relatively chump change to a housing fund that primarily subsidizes profit-driven developers which evict their renters and abuse their workers. That is, instead of actually using our city's funds to build social housing. Secondarily, I'm happy to see that the city is creating an Office of Homelessness Services with a budget of $400,000. But I think it's a moment truly worth some reflection. The same city, which can afford $2 billion for a stadium, has such a severe problem with homelessness that it requires the creation of a new department to deal with the symptom of what we can all see is a broken system. Think of our teachers working multiple jobs to make ends meet, or our public employees having to move out of the city. COLA for teachers and city workers is crucial, but why is it that they have to come here every year and beg for more money? It's because the cost of housing for all of us has been raising faster than our wages. It's not a mystery. We need more social housing now, and we need a budget that actually reflects the people's needs. Nashville's tired of budgets which prioritize corporations, tourists, and profit. We need budgets that reflect us, Nashvillians. Free Palestine.
Hi, I'm Trina Hewell, and I live in District 6. Clay Cap is my council member. Here we are again, another budget cycle. The police still recruiting, but their efforts are stifled by the news stories that they themselves produce, proven to be toxic. They lost that harassment lawsuit. And now we have a 61-page complaint from a former lieutenant, not exactly a saint, police in collusion with the state government that gerrymandered away one way to represent and then voted to reduce you all by half. Cops lobbied away oversight, but still can't fill their staff. So how'd they get the money to lobby the state or afford an award for their oversight checkmate? It probably came from the 15 mil, the slush fund for positions they'll never fill. So here we are again. Can you pass the test? Can you finally see the need to divest? The more they have to spend, the less trust they earn. But you're their financiers. When will you learn? I do not trust this department. How many juries must judge it? Invest that money in us and the solidarity budget. Solidarity keeps us safe. Fund the solidarity budget, fund the varsity spending plan, fully fund COLA, fund a Barnes fund with integrity. Please take funds away from this criminal police department and invest in us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Grinks. I live in District 21 with the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. Keep your eyes out tomorrow in your council mailboxes for this little booklet here that outlines a solidarity budget platform that's been endorsed by more than 25 local organizations. It outlines critical investments in the public goods that Nashvillians deserve, including, as you've heard, a 5% cost of living adjustment, the varsity spending plan, and more. The question that I know you all are wrestling with is how to fund it all. We have some suggestions. I hope it's becoming as clear to you all as it is to many of us that a real opportunity has emerged to move up to $15 million from MNPD to the goods and services you heard about tonight, and here's a couple of reasons why that makes sense. MNPD currently has 173 vacant positions, amounting to 10% of all sworn officer positions, which amounts to approximately $15 million. We've been hearing for years now that MNPD is, quote, one step closer to being fully staffed this year. Staffing data actually shows us this is simply not true, and by the way, Don Aaron recently said as much a couple weeks ago. While an average of 114 sworn officers have been recruited annually since 2018, an average of 118 officers have left annually during the same period. Even in years when MNPD recruits more officers than they lose, they typically still retain at least 100 empty positions annually, giving them at least $10 million in annual slush funds. For every $100 in the general fund, Metro currently spends $28 on police, courts, and jails, but only $6 on parks and libraries, $1 on affordable housing, and 1 penny on non-police mental health crisis response. Finally, the mayor's budget recommends $1.2 million for tasers for imaginary police. Do we really value tasers that will sit on a shelf more than our city workers and young people? I hope not. Move $15 million from imaginary police to fund resources to support real-life city workers, teachers, and youth, 5% COLA, varsity spending plan. MNPD won't know the money's gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kara Harris. I'm in District 6 with Councilman Cap over there. I am here in support of the solidarity budget as well. And like some of the other members here, wanting to provide some perspective. So year after year, a department has been fully funded that is consistently failing to meet established standards or live up to promises, and a department that operates with unacceptable opacity. Any other Metro department that performed as poorly as MNPD would be under tremendous scrutiny, likely lose funding, and I suspect require a change in leadership. And yet, year after year, MNPD is granted all they ask for and often more. Beyond the challenges presented by their policing, the MNPD has been involved in a number of questionable practices. First, they used a budget loophole to implement a pervasive surveillance software. Highly problematic software that we don't have time to get into now, but what we know is that it significantly impacted Nashvillians and that they chose not to bring it to the council before implementing. Now there's an investigation into the role that MNPD may have played in getting state legislators to disband the Community Oversight Board. These are only 2 recent external grievances that impact all Nashvillians and doesn't begin to touch on the known internal issues such as the sexual harassment mentioned earlier. At what point do departments' ethical breaches not warrant a question as to whether or not they deserve the money they've asked for? Council, please demonstrate your desire for fiscal responsibility by funding the departments represented here that are doing their jobs well and the organizations and programs that have demonstrated success, and divest from the MNPD who has yet to demonstrate accountability or responsibility to the Nashville citizens they claim to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. I am Phyllis Hildreth. Our family lives, works, worships, and spends money in Districts 2, 19, 21, and 24. For 10 of the 20 years that we have lived in Nashville, this body has affirmed my unpaid appointment to civic service, first for 6 years in the Metro Human Relations Commission, and then for 4 years as an inaugural member of the original Community Oversight Board. It is in those capacities that I come and I stand in humble awe and solidarity of all those who have testified before you for at least the 4 hours that I have been here. For the Metro workers who need and earn every single penny, please do what you can. For the teachers, the educators, and all members of the educational biome who are raising our youth, every single one of them are our youth, I stand in solidarity, also as a college professor in conflict management. But most importantly, I come here with the time that's left and I ask you to specifically support not just the varsity idea, but at least $2 million for the Office of Youth Safety. You heard their leaders recognize the competing goods, but you can teach by example. It's not what just what you do, but how you do it. It matters that you fund it and fund it in the mayor's office for transparency, accountability, and civic power. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Horick. Brenda Gadd is my representative in District 24. She's doing a good job, by the way. I'm here to speak to you all on behalf of affordable housing as a budget priority. I'm concerned about our younger generations who can't even dream about buying a home of their own in Nashville right now. But what concerns me most are longtime residents, newer residents who can no longer afford to live in this city at all after landlords moved them out or sold or redeveloped the property. I'm talking about the people the Barnes Fund was designed to help. I've seen the essential fabric of our neighborhoods torn when people are displaced by quote unquote progress. Part of what's lost when people are pushed out is the diversity, character, and welcoming spirit that felt so special to me when I chose to plant roots here 44 years ago. It feels like we are carelessly leaving neighbors behind in the name of moving forward. I was fortunate to meet Bill Barnes many years ago. I know many of you knew him well. He provided some of that spirit that gave Nashville the identity we loved and are losing. I do believe there are more of you on this council who share Bill Barnes' spirit than at any other time I can remember. And that emboldens me to ask you, don't just fully fund the Barnes Fund for next year. Do that, and then double it the year after that, and then double that. But based on the powerful testimony you've heard tonight, please make sure renters have a voice. Please do not let profiteers exploit our neighbors who lack power and money. Yes, revenues and budgets are tight, but the need is great. If we can find the money for civic toys like a new stadium, we can summon the civic spirit to create an affordable place for all our neighbors. Let's not just put drops in a bucket and say we tried. Let's not just leave it half full. Let justice for our neighbors overflow like a stream that never runs dry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gracie. I live in District 18. I'm reading this comment on behalf of my friend Seamus Purdy, our favorite high school graduate now, who cannot be here, is also a District 18 resident. So this is by him. I'm leaving Nashville. However, in my 18 years of living in this city, we have faced the same issues year after year. Not only that, the same people have stood at this very podium begging for the same changes. I wish I could be here with them, but historically, council has been a shame to working class Nashvillians. I hope you new members break this trend because we are always watching. Similarly, my perspectives now as an MNPS graduate have not changed. We need $50,000 to bring back community education. We need divestment from MNPD's ever-growing 173 vacant positions. We need investment into the Southern Movement Committee's varsity spending plan. And we need a radically new approach to safety in this city, including no SROs, which MNPD mentioned in their budget hearing. This is only the beginning. The issues that we face are systemic. If Chief Drake claims that SROs are meant to serve as social workers and safe spaces for students, that is a screaming indictment. This money must go to professionals in these fields, not cops. Our MNPD money must go to proactive safety nets across the board, not punitive reactive measures. Talk to students and the community. We do not share the same view nor experiences as our police chief. I want to ask y'all a question. How often do you walk around your district? How many constituents, particularly those living paycheck to paycheck, do y'all talk to? You have a chance to listen and help these people. Do it. We need to build community spaces in Nashville that reduce the need for police. This is more cost-effective and safer for our marginalized communities. Until we do this, Nashville will forever be stuck in a cycle of hardship. You must do better.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anitalia Graf, and I was born and raised here in Nashville, Tennessee, but I live in District 8. I am also a Turk member here to ask for your support in the Build It Right bill. In 2016, Build a Better South report Nashville was identified as one of the most dangerous cities in the South for construction workers. Most importantly, construction workers in Nashville have suffered through the wage theft, unreported accidents, including deaths that have spread across the downtown area. In 2019, my stepfather, Marlon Aldana, worked on the 13th story of the One Hotel. There was a tornado warning scheduled for that day, and they were forced to work under dangerous weather conditions with a building that still had no window installations and empty holes that led straight down to the bottom of the unfinished structure flooring that was not completely finished. To this day, Marlon and his co-workers believe that they would not make it out alive due to the heavy amount of winds that flew through the buildings and a lack of safety measures set in place that could have led to death of multiple lives that day. Unlike cases such as 16-year-old Gustavo Ramirez, who fell 11 stories to his death in La Quinta Inn project in the shadow of downtown Nashville in June of 2020, which, by the way, could have been prevented, but because of the common practice of simply placing minors in dangerous working conditions without proper safety equipment. As you know, there was a campaign for this, and it passed to get it right, to create safety and wage standards for Metro Nashville contractors. Sadly, 20-year-old Dennis Giovanni Bache fell through a rotted room in his death in the floor of the Glencliff High School Gymnasium in 2023. Again, another grieving community has had to come together to raise over $10,000 to transport Giovanni to his home in rural Guatemala because he was not covered under his contractors. Councilmember Sandra Sepulveda, when interviewed, said, "Your life and safety matters. And you are not just a worker in the city, but the heartbeat of it. And the rights that all of you cannot be taken away. Learn your rights, and let's make sure nothing happens again." And now I would tell you that these were preventable deaths. Adding basic training for construction workers is crucial for preventing avoidable deaths, and it is very important that we ensure that our contractors are in compliance with our regulations that help protect their construction workers rather than putting them at risk. I understand that I'm past time. Construction or structural change is urgently needed to protect our workers and the public for future carriage. How many additional lives will have to be sacrificed in order for there to be a change? Not only for our construction workers, but our national community in general. Please support the Vote It Right bill. Thank you for your time.
I'm Kyle Cook, District 24. Council member is Brenda Gadd, SEIU Local 205, 23 years. Thank you, council members, for your continued support every year and giving our city workers this opportunity to share our stories. Metro tells our city workers every December, we will look at the CPI and we'll adjust everybody's pay accordingly so our workers don't take a pay cut in real dollars, unless there's some terribly unlikely catastrophe like a flood. But we'll always pay, unless there's a terrible catastrophe like a pandemic, but we'll always pay. Well, you all understand how bonds work. We've watched Metro vote to approve bond issuances for stadiums and giant neighborhoods. We send out bonds to borrow money, and we promise to pay the interest on those bonds. It's part of this operating budget. No one here is going to suggest we shouldn't pay our obligations on the debt service. What if we told our bondholders, we're going to cover most of the payments on the debt service, but not all? It's a tight budget year, I understand. Would you tell them that? So last year, Metro Council gave cities a 6% cost of living. We thank you. The school board gave the educators 4% because they didn't watch the council meeting. Thing is, inflation last year was 8%. So now Metro's behind on the cost of living bond with our employees. This year, CPI is at 4%. Civil Service Commission says you need to pay them better than the mayor is recommending so everyone can afford to live in the city. We think COLA should be more than 3.5%. Okay, So Metro comes back, says, no, let's not, let's do less. Let's just do 3.5%. And we'll tell them that we'll cover it with merit and some other double talk about merit pay and COLA. But we know that's not what steps and merits do, because 1,000 employees will never get steps and merit every year. And you know this because they worked here 10, 15, 20 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. My name is Carter Barnett, a resident of Nashville and a student at Belmont University. I'm here tonight to advocate for more affordable housing for all Nashvillians, including our college students. Across the 6 campuses of Belmont, Lipscomb, Vanderbilt, Trevecca, Fisk, and Tennessee State University, there are over 30,000 students who attend these institutions of higher education. Nashville's college students are the future of this city. High-quality doctors, nurses, musicians, and teachers are being released into the city from these schools. It is important that they stay here and positively influence Nashville and not have to leave for cheaper options in other cities. The overall fate of Nashville is at stake. If the graduating artists and healthcare professionals leave, the city's 2 biggest economic pillars are at risk of falling. This is why affordable housing should be the #1 focus of the Metro government. The success of short and long-term affordable housing plans will submit Nashville as a home not only for long-term residents, but also new and younger residents. This will help heal the divide between new and old Nashville, which would create a thriving city for all. I'm in support of allocating $30 million of the budget to the Barnes Fund and encourage more funding options for affordable housing for the benefit of all of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly. I think a lot of you are used to seeing me. I'm usually yelling. We'll see if I will yell or cry or laugh at the end of this. I'm in District 21, Brandon Taylor's district. I come to this every year, like so many of us, mostly to be in solidarity with Metro employees. I can't believe that every year we do the same thing. We come here and people beg for scraps. And as far as I know, other people in our government don't have to do that. Besides y'all, you are underpaid by a lot, as we all know. But I don't think that the director of the law department has to beg for a salary every year. I don't think the director of the finance department has to beg for a salary every year. I don't think people who are higher ups in the mayor's office making $150,000, $200,000 have to come here and beg for their salary every year. If Wally Dietz doesn't go to work, if Kevin Crumbo doesn't go to work, this city doesn't shut down. If the SEIU members don't go to work, this city shuts down. I am not a Metro employee, an SEIU worker, anything like that. But if I were, me and my friends, we'd be staying home. Because after one day, I think you all would find the money to pay us properly. People can't afford to live here. People live on the sides of the road in ditches. People steal U-Hauls and live in them. I work in the housing and homelessness world, and y'all would not believe where people live. So instead of saying things like, we hear you, we're listening, we're trying, we're doing our best, $200,000 salaries for these top tier government officials is not necessary. But I'm sick of hearing about Starbucks workers who are also teachers, who are also nannies, who are also home health workers, and every other job you can think of. While some people who work in this government, who work for this city, could stay home and nothing different would happen. So I would say to you all that there's a day coming probably soon where people don't just keep doing it without being fairly paid.
Thank you.
And that day is probably coming.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jessica Stewart. I live in Rayon City in Old Hickory, and I'm president of SEIU Local 205. I didn't intend to speak tonight, but I feel compelled to speak up about this process that I've watched employees go through in this chamber over the past 20 years that I've been attending these meetings. I truly don't think you appreciate how demoralizing this is for employees. They come here every year with their begging bowls in hand, entreating you to drop a few pennies in. They leave their jobs after working all day to come down here knowing they are competing with your pet projects, with other members of their community, and with each other. As time and again, I've watched MNPS interests be pitted against General Hospital interests, and both be pitted against the mayor's interests. I recognize that no one in this room created this system, but I have yet to see the will to do anything different. We're not asking for charity or a handout. We are only asking that our work be respected with a fair cost of living adjustment for all public employees that shows that this city is willing to invest in the people who serve the public to the best of their abilities every single day. I appreciate that you have a very difficult job, and I don't envy you. I also appreciate that some years are better than others, and this is looking like it's going to be a difficult year. But we can't only do what's right when it's easy. Leadership is when you do the right thing, even when it's hard. Please lead now. Do the hard work, make the hard choices, do the right thing, and put people first in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and council members. I am Dr. Paula Pendergrass. I am the president of the Metro Nashville Education Association, better known as the Teachers Union. I'm also a K-4 gifted teacher of 30 years for Metro schools. And I'm here to advocate for a cost of living for educators that is more than the 3.5% that the mayor is proposing. But I want to do so by just sharing a quick story with you all about my daughter who got her foundation in the Metro Public School System. I had the wonderful opportunity to take her to DC this weekend, where she is starting an internship with the Department of Justice. And last year, she had a wonderful experience with former Mayor Cooper, which started her on the path to declare that she wanted to be a lawyer. In fact, that she's going to start at Pepperdine University this summer. But when I circled back to ask Keegan, what is the key to your success? And she said, you know what, Mom? Other than having, of course, wonderful parents and grandparents, she said, I had amazing educators. And what she's able to voice now that she's 22 is that there is a link between increased pay in educators and the success of our students. When we have educators who are paid more, we retain our educators. Our students perform well. They know exactly what they want to do in life. And it's just evident in students like Keegan. So I urge you, as you think about the cost of living for educators and our workers, I want you to think about students like Keegan, because it matters. It really does. It helps to put them on the right path and make sure that we have educators who are around and who are not leaving us to make sure that our students are successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience. I'm the last person in line because my heart won't let me stand up for a long time, but I have a few things to say. I'm Jane Steinfels Hussein, and I've lived in Nashville since 1990. I've lived in East Nashville since 1997, currently with District 6 Clay Cap. I'm here representing the Nashville Peace and Justice Center, and we are one of the 25 organizations that endorses the solidarity budget that you'll be receiving in your mailboxes tomorrow. Besides, as well as being one of those 25 organizations, we ourselves have 18 member groups and another 3,000 individual members. So I'm here to support the budget, and also we also endorse the petition for ceasefire and aid to Gaza. I'm here specifically to support redeploying resources from the police department to non-police, non-armed, non-uniformed safety personnel. There are many things. There's the varsity program, there's a REACH program, there's mental health department. There's many things to redeploy those resources to, but I think it's absolutely necessary. I know many that many police officers themselves do not want to be spending their time responding to nonviolent, non-life-threatening situations that they themselves are not trained to deal with. They're not trained for escalation, for diagnosing mental health crises. I have a friend whose son, who has mental health challenges, was arrested. His nose was broken. He was put into solitary confinement. That is the opposite of what he needed for his mental health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I declare the hearing for the operational budget closed and sincerely thank all those that joined us this evening. Do you have a point of order, sir, Mr. Prepty? Please stand for a point of order, colleagues. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank every single person who came in and spoke before us this evening.
Point of order, sir.
Yeah. So what I wanted to do at this juncture, given that clerk staff and everybody have been sitting this entire time, I wanted to see if it would be appropriate to move for a brief 5-minute recess to allow folks to get up, go to the restroom, get some water, for us to reset and move through the agenda.
Is the body in concurrence with that? Yeah, sir, we have to move the budget. So let's take up and finish the budget. And then we can address that. Chair Porterfield, thank you, ma'am. The budget hearing is closed on your bill, and we are back to you for your motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to renew my motion with a brief comment, Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Chair.
I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out and speaking with us today. We heard more than 23 unique requests from individuals coming out. So again, just want to thank everyone. I especially want to thank our hardworking Metro employees for coming out and voicing their concerns with regards to compensation. And I also wanted to thank the youth that came out with the varsity spending plan. And I think that it was just very encouraging to see so many young people to come out and participate in the democratic process. Many times people complain about the way that people want to be heard and the way that people engage in being heard. And we saw so many young people coming out, participating in the process that we have outlined. So I just wanted to thank them so much for coming out and participating in this process, and to just let the community know that we will do our best to honor as much of the requests as we can. And with that, Vice Mayor, I will move for approval.
Okay. With
a re-referral back to Budget and Finance.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Okay. There is a motion to approve on second reading with a re-referral to the Budget Committee. Just for the public's edification, our budget ordinance is amendable on third reading. So we are taking in your input of this evening. Chair and members of this body are in budget work sessions to apply your input to our final substitute budget. Is there any discussion, colleagues, on this motion? Yes, ma'am.
And just one more reminder, Vice Mayor, that tomorrow we do have our final work session, and we will be talking about funding sources. So anyone who was so moved by the things that they heard and they want to fund these things, come to the budget work session tomorrow at 4 p.m. and you can talk about how you want to fund some of these wonderful endeavors.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on this motion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed second reading and will be re-referred on third to budget. Okay, at this time, for our very kind clerk staff, other staff among us and myself, are able to take a quick break, and we want to honor that. And so 10 minutes, colleagues, 10 minutes. If you can make it 5, please try to do so. We are adjourned for a brief 10-minute recess. Will the meeting please come back to order? We have had our 10-minute recess. Thank you, members. So we are now on our consolidated consent agenda, section L. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda will be read by me. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Do you see my eyes? Okay. Alrighty. So we are now going to move into reading the resolutions, second reading ordinances, and third reading ordinances on the consolidated consent agenda. First among those is agenda item 7, resolution 2024-472. Agenda item 9, resolution 2024-480. Agenda item 10, resolution 2024-481. Agenda item 14, resolution 2024-485. Agenda item 16, resolution 2024-487. Agenda item 17, resolution 2024-488. Agenda item 18, resolution 2024-489. Agenda item 19, resolution 2024-490. Agenda item 21, resolution 2024-492. Agenda item 22, resolution 2024-493. Agenda item 23, resolution 2024-494. Agenda item 24, resolution 2024-495. Agenda item 25, resolution 2024-496. Agenda item 26, resolution 2024-497. Agenda item 28, resolution 2024-499. Agenda item 29, resolution 2024-500. Agenda item 30, resolution 2024-501. Agenda item 31, resolution 2024-502. Agenda item 32, resolution 2024-503. Agenda item 33, resolution 2024-504. Agenda item 34, resolution 2024-505. Agenda item 35, resolution 2024-506. Agenda item 36, resolution 2024-507. Agenda item 37, resolution 2024-508. Agenda item 38, resolution 2024-509. Agenda item 39, resolution 2024-510. Agenda item 40, Resolution 2024-511. Agenda item 41, Resolution 2024-512. Agenda item 42, Resolution 2024-513. Agenda item 43, Resolution 2024-514. Agenda item 44, Resolution 2024-515. Agenda item 45, Resolution 2024-516. Agenda item 46, Resolution 2024-517. Agenda item 47, Resolution 2024-518. Agenda item 48, Resolution 2024-519. Agenda item 49, Resolution 2024-520. Agenda item 50, Resolution 2024-521. Agenda item 51, Resolution 2024-522. Moving into second reading items on the consolidated consent agenda. First among those, agenda item 93, BL 2024-377. Agenda item 94, BL 2024-378. Agenda item 95, ordinance BL 2024-379. Agenda item 96, ordinance BL 2024-380. Agenda item 97, ordinance BL 2024-381. Agenda item 98, ordinance BL 2024-382. Agenda item 99, ordinance BL 2024-383. Agenda item 100, ordinance BL 2024-384. Agenda item 101, ordinance BL 2024-385. Agenda item 102, ordinance BL 2024-386. Agenda item 103, ordinance BL 2024-387. Agenda item 104, ordinance BL 2024-388. Moving into bills on third reading on the consolidated consent agenda or proposed for such. Agenda item 106, ordinance BL 2024-272. Agenda item 109, ordinance BL 2024-345. Agenda item 110, ordinance BL 2024-347. Agenda item 111, ordinance BL 2024-350. Agenda item 112, BL 2024-351. Agenda item 113, ordinance BL 2024-352. Agenda item 114, ordinance BL 2024-353. Agenda item 115, ordinance BL 2024-354. Agenda item 116, ordinance BL 2024-355. Agenda item 117, ordinance BL 2024-356. Agenda item 118, ordinance BL 2024-357. Agenda item 119, ordinance BL 2024-358. Agenda item 120, ordinance BL 2024-359. Agenda item 121, ordinance BL 2024-360. Agenda item 122, ordinance BL 2024-361. Agenda item 123, ordinance BL 2024-362. Agenda item 124, ordinance BL 2024-363. Agenda item 125, ordinance BL 2024-364. Agenda item 126, BL 2024-365. Agenda item 127, ordinance BL 2024-366. Agenda item 128, ordinance BL 2024-367. Agenda item 129, ordinance BL 2024-368. Agenda item 130, ordinance BL 2024-369. And lastly, proposed for the consolidated consent agenda, agenda item 131, ordinance BL 2024-370. Okay, colleagues, does anyone need to remove items from the consent agenda? If so, please get in the queue to do so. Okay. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I think I may have lost track, but was item number 21, RS 2024-492 on consent?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Pull that off, please.
You would like to be pulled off? Yes, okay. Let me note it. And here as well. Okay. Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. BL 2024-375.
Okay. Ms. Sepulveda, was that on second reading? I don't. Okay, that was not on consent. Okay. Okay. Ms. Webb, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Webb. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't think it was on consent, but I just want to make sure, number 8, RS 2024-474.
That is not on consent.
Thank you.
Ms. Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Item number 106 on third reading. And I wanted to double check. I don't think I heard 108, but just wanted to double check.
You're correct, ma'am. 108 is not on consent.
Thank you.
Is there any other member seeking to remove an item from the consent agenda? Lovely. No, there is not. There are only 2 items being removed from consent. Is that correct? Okay, excellent. Let me make a note of that. 106 here as well. Okay. So now we'll move into committee reports for items that remain on the consolidated consent agenda. Okay, Chair Porterfield, I'm going to go to you first, ma'am, for your committee reports for items remaining on consent.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance consider the following items on the agenda: RS 2024-480, 481, 485, 487, 488, 489, 490, 493, 494, 495, 496, 497. All of those passed 12 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. Then we had RS 2024-499, which passed 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Then we had RS 2024-500, 501, 502, 503, 504, 505, and 506. All passed 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2024-507, 508, both passed 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2024-509, passed 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2024-510, 511, 512, 513, all passed 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2024-514, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2024-515, 516, 517, and 518, all passed 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then for bills on second reading,
yes, ma'am,
we had BL 2024-377, 378, 379. They all passed 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And BL 2024-380 passed 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Porterfield. Next to you, Chair Stiles, for a report of the Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment Committee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had 4 resolutions. We had RS 2024-493, RS 2024-506, 507, and 508. 493, 506 passed 6 in favor, 0 against, and then 507 and 508 passed 7 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Chair Stiles. Okay, next is the report of, let's see, Planning and Zoning Committee. Chair Gamble, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered RS 2024-487, recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2024-490, RS 2024-512, RS 2024-377. Excuse me, let me just finish our resolution.
Oh, yeah.
490 and 512, recommended approval, 8 and 0. 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Bills on second reading, BL 2024-377, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, 387, and 388. Recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair Gamble. Okay, next we have the report of, let's see, Chair Bradford for government operations and regulations, sir.
Government operations, I think RS 494 is the only one on consent, and we have voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve.
Thank you, Chair. And next, Chair Evans for the Committee Report of Public Health and Safety Committee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered RS 2024-495, 497. And those were 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then we also considered RS 2024-499. And that was approved, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then RS 2024-500, 501, 502, 503, 504 were all approved, 7 in favor, 0 against. Item number RS 2024-509, we recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against. Item RS 2024-510, we recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against. And then items BL 2024-378, 379, and 380, we recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Chair Evans. Okay, next is the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee. Chair Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules consider RS 2024-520, 521, and 522. We voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair. And last but not least, the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Chair Parker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure considered resolutions RS 2024-511, 512, 513, 515, 516, 517, and 519. We recommended approval of all of those, 9 in favor, 0 against. Bills on second reading, BL 2024-381 through 388. We also recommended approval of all of those, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with all committee reports in, I would move a passage of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the consolidated consent agenda? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Nope. Okay. Do you have a point of order, Ms. Stiles? Please stand for a point of order, members.
May seem a crazy question, and I might be delirious because it's late. The bills on first reading, we haven't touched those yet. We're still just doing consent.
That's correct. The consolidated consent agenda
Thank you. So I'm
includes
not crazy yet. Okay.
resolutions, second reading ordinances, and third reading ordinances. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So you have passed all items on consent. And so now we will move to items that were not on consent. Or rather, we go back to our order. Okay, so we are now in section M of our agenda, resolutions, again, not on consent. So first among those is agenda item 5, sponsors resolution 2024-455, sponsors Stiles, Porterfield, Gamble, Welsh, Ellis, Vo, Evans, Siegel, and Benton. This is a resolution approving 3 option agreements authorizing the purchase of properties for a new elementary school in Antioch, Tennessee. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. We're going to withdraw this resolution, and we're going to move into filing the bill in a proper fashion. And when we get to bills on first reading, I'll handle that
Okay.
as well.
This bill is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Agenda Item 6, Resolution 2024-460, sponsors Stiles, Porterfield, Welsh, Swara, Vo, and Evans Siegel. This is a resolution approving a grant contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Celebrate Nashville, a 501c3 organization to provide cultural event management services. Okay, Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. We're going to indefinitely defer this bill at this time.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Okay, so there's a motion for indefinite deferral. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Stiles, you seek to be recognized again. Go ahead.
So, colleagues, I want to thank you. I know there's been some confusion in regards to this particular contract, but as we've seen in some other situations, there was a change in how the process was done this year, and the organizer wasn't told with enough time. Now we're asking for an audit. Doing an audit at the last minute was going to cost a lot of money. So this is going to be an in-kind situation for this year so that we can continue with this event and next year be able to submit the audit as requested. Will be less expensive. And I think it's unfortunate how this went. There were too many, the left hand wasn't talking to the right hand and people weren't responding to emails. And I hope that as we move forward with cultural activities and just our regular general contracts, we can have better communication coming from legal, finance, all the other departments that need to be involved when we're changing up systems at the last minute. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a motion to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? No? Okay. This is deferred indefinitely. Next is Agenda Item 8, Resolution 2024-474, sponsors Webb, Ellis, Hancock, Stiles, Benton, Gamble, Eastlick, Kimbrough, Vo, and Evans Siegel. This is a resolution expressing support for the infill development application filed with the Metro Historic Zoning Commission to replace the existing surface parking lot located at 201 to 205 Broadway with new construction, including a new downtown fire and emergency services operations center. Ms. Webb, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm going to defer. We're going to defer. We're making headway, so we need to defer.
Okay, so you would like to move to defer how many meetings?
One.
Okay, is there a second for a one meeting deferral? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this one meeting deferral? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this matter is deferred one meeting. Colleagues, just for your reference, a one meeting deferral is to the meeting of June 18th, even though we will have a special meeting on June 11th, okay? So all of these deferrals, for the most part, with some exceptions, will be to the meeting of June 18th. Okay, next, Agenda Item 11, sponsors Porterfield and Bradford. This is Resolution 2024-482, a resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, and the Police and Fire Departments, effective July 1st, 2024. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, deferring this until June 18th.
Okay, thank you. To track with the budget, okay? Chair Bradford, you're recognized for your committee report.
Government Ops, we did the same. We voted to defer 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. So it's back to you, Chair Porterfield, Sponsor Porterfield, for a, it's one meeting deferral. So it's deferred by rule. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have a point of order, Ms. Evans? I don't see you on 482. No worries. I guess maybe we could have consolidated all these pay plans, but we're going to take them up separately. Agenda item 11 regarding pay plan for Board of Health, Board of Education, Police and Fire and departments is deferred by rule. One meeting. Agenda item 12, Resolution 2024-483, sponsors Porterfield, Bradford, and Evans, is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Department of Police and Fire, effective July 1, 2024. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a one-meeting deferral until June 18th.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next is Government Operations, Chair Bradford.
Same result as before, deferred, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And now, Chair Evans. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. We also voted to defer one meeting, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, with that, this matter is deferred one meeting by rule. Okay, lastly, among the pay plans, agenda item 13, resolution 2024-484, sponsors Porterfield, Bradford, and Evans, is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, effective July 1, 2024. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, Budget and Finance voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a one-meeting deferral until June 18th.
Okay, Mr. Bradford?
Feeling a little deja vu here. Voted to defer, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
And Ms. Evans, Chair Evans.
Thank you. We also said let's defer, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, this will also be deferred by rule to track with the budget to the meeting of June 18th. Okay, thank you, chairs. Next item is agenda item 15, resolution 2024-486, sponsor Porterfield, Evans, Welsh, and Ellis. This is a resolution approving a sole source contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Action Commission and UTJ Holdco, Inc., doing business as Teaching Strategies, LLC, for the provision of research-based birth through kindergarten educational assessment software. Chair Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be withdrawing this.
Okay, this item is withdrawn. Okay, next is agenda item 20, resolution 2024-491, sponsors Gamble, Taylor, Coupin, Toombs, Porterfield, and Ellis. This is a resolution amending Resolution 2022-1905 and Resolution 2024-203 by changing the proposed uses of certain American Rescue Plan funds appropriated to Fisk University. Ms. Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Chair Porterfield for Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 11 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, 11 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting. Back to you, Ms. Gamble.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Ms. Gamble has moved approval, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this matter? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, do we need to go on the board? Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. Members? All the votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this item passes with 35 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 0 abstentions. Okay, next is Agenda Item 21, Resolution 2024-492, sponsor Porterfield. This is a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle Daniel Singh's claims against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $200,000 to be paid from the $3 million allocated by the Director of Finance on March 21st, 2024 to the Department of Law to avoid an operating deficit and minimize further costs accumulation for fees and expenses in connection with litigation and investigations. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 12 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and I would like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this matter? Okay. Okay. Well, actually, Ms. Vo has sought to be recognized first. She's in the queue and you are not. So, Ms. Vo, you're recognized. Oh, sorry, but got to push the button. Go ahead, Ms. Vo.
Great, thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to ask about the allocation from the $3 million. Why it was coming out of there instead of judgments and losses. And then also to ensure that the funding, I know it was to avoid operating deficit. Can we just clarify if there was a deficit or not?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vo. I will direct that to the administration. Mr. Crumbo, do you want to respond in that regard? So that is a two-part question from Ms. Vo about why this money was taken not from judgments and losses, and also to speak to if there was in fact a deficit. Hang on, sir. Go ahead, Director Crumbo.
Yeah, look, I know it's late, so I won't belabor the accounting for this, but we have been headed to a loss for Metro Arts for months now. The original computation of that earlier in the year was about $100,000, $200,000 or so. The year is not over yet. We still have a ways to go. I'm still expecting them to incur a loss. There are two types of losses to keep in mind. There's one that is its general operating loss, and then there is one of which I would add to that all of the millions of dollars we're paying out and commitments that were made by the director and the board that were not part of the budget that this body passed last year. So the first loss right now I'm still expecting to be sizable. The second loss even larger. There is some chance that we will mitigate that by having cut back on contracts and things, and that first loss will be a lot less, but I am still expecting a loss for the year. In terms of the accounting here, the monies that were transferred to the law department are generally allocated judgments, losses, other things that the law department does, and it's really their choice as to what bucket they would like to take that from. Here, I think it's coming from this bucket, and if Director Dietz chooses to go a different direction, that's really his discretion.
Okay, Ms. Vo, back to you. Does that answer your questions?
Yes, and then just a follow-up. Is it possible to find out, like, once we know at the end what the actual losses are, can that be reported back afterwards? Once it's confirmed?
Yes.
Sure,
Director Crumbo, go ahead.
Yeah, that is part of our normal accounting. Our books and records, they work fine. It'll be part of our audit at the end of the year, and that'll be visible to everybody as it always is.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized. Okay. Ms. Stiles, you got to get in the queue if you want to be recognized. Okay. You are recognized, Chair Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, colleagues, on your desk, you have a packet that has been dropped off on your desk, which is a summary, partial summary, of what has gone on since last July with Metro Arts. I have heard when we've been here in chambers, Metro Arts sounds like a mess, what's happening. This packet gives you kind of an idea. And I'm gonna read a statement really quickly to give you a little bit more in depth, as I've been dealing with fires at Metro Arts since 2021, and this is just the latest one. So, colleagues, before us tonight, I do want us to support this settlement. So I do want to say that. I just need to make this statement in addition. Before us tonight is a settlement offer of $200,000 to now former Metro Arts Executive Director Daniel Singh. This settlement is being proposed as the cure-all of everything that ails Metro Arts. The narrative that somehow the departure of Daniel Singh will heal staff, fix the department finances, and right the ship, so to speak, is a lie. What is necessary to call this settlement for what it is, and that is a distraction from the true issue at hand, which is overreach of Metro Legal and Metro Finance. We sit here tonight voting on a settlement that was completely avoidable due to personal relationships and pet projects. And I know you're wondering how those two issues come into play, and the answer is simple, and it's also complex. Two things caused all of the dominoes to fall since July. The application of a Supreme Court ruling on the end of race-based admissions applied to an arts department, and that was started by former Commissioner Will Cheek, calling our director of law directly, and suddenly outside counsel was called, and suddenly the commission was asked to redo the vote in August. And next, the audacity of an executive director to upset the Metro status quo on Metro Arts distributions, where large legacy organizations expect their funding, and small, often minority organizations hope for funding. And we have to take into consideration our finance director saved the symphony in 2013 from bankruptcy. He was on the board before he came here. That's a personal conflict. Even though we were told it isn't one, it is. So I've agonized over how to put all the shenanigans that have transpired over this last year down on paper in the most concise way to explain how we got here, and I'm hoping that these packets will help you. You will find a grants contract timeline from August to December of 2023 of what transpired over the last year from Director Singh that was shared at a special called meeting of the Apple Committee in December. The letter that was requested from Directors Crumbo and Dietz with answers as to how money has been spent over the last year on legal fees and the artist organization disbursements. We've spent almost $80,000 on lawyers to fight an executive director of one of our smallest budgets, smallest departments with one of the smallest budgets.
Your time is up. Okay. There is a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. I see more in the queue for discussion. Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to yield my time to Council Lady Styles.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized again.
Thank you, Councilmember Kimbrough. These items, so you have the letter that I requested for the money and how it's been spent and artist disbursements. The first letter was sent dated April 11th, expecting artists that had been waiting for months to have the letter back by April 30th. And then it was sent by mail, not email. So a lot of people didn't get it. And to this date, there's 91, I think, of the Thrive grants. I'm understanding how it takes more than a month, and I just got another email saying I don't have my money. I was accepted, but I still don't have my funds. I don't understand how this is happening. There is a history on the creation of Metro Arts from back in 1998. That is going to be coming to you. It wasn't formatting correctly, so you'll have that for the next meeting. And also a list of what was accomplished per the equity statement for Metro Arts, which is also in your packet, that for the first time under this director, who I will say was not perfect, please hear me, but what he did do was the equity statement and make sure that funds were distributed for the first time using the lens of equity. He increased applications from 22 a year to 131. And he did put a community focus on having a conversation to create two applications, one for those that make over $500,000 and one for those that make under $500,000, to make this a fair process. You will also see in your packet a letter from Janine Christiana, who was also a former arts employee, also forced out, and a timeline from 2015 through May of 2024 that actually comes from one of the artists. And in finishing my letter, these items should provide some context to the issues that have brought us to this place, where our legal department seems to believe it's easier to pay Daniel Singh to walk away after Metro Finance has been slandering his name for months on allegations of fiscal mismanagement than face accountability. But in order to make it all go away, we, this body, we have to participate. And the truth is, I hope that we'll move forward. He was here for 14 months and then went on FMLA. There's no way to destroy one department in their finances in that amount of time. And our finance director approved Metro Arts budget twice in the last term. So I don't understand how suddenly he doesn't understand how the finances in Metro Arts work. However, we've treated this executive director in an abominable way. And this settlement gives him an opportunity to start over. And if you substitute Daniel Singh for Snuffleupagus, the case is still the same. Daniel Singh is the 5th minority staff member in 5 years to be pushed out of their role in Metro through weaponizing policy and other staff. And of the other 4, 3 were from the Metro Arts Department. The other was from the Department of Health.
Ms. Stiles, are you all set? Okay. Does another colleague want to yield their time? Ms. Benedict, are you? Yeah, okay. Ms. Stiles, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. 3 were from the Metro Arts Department, all who filed complaints of racism and toxic work environment. The previous director of Metro Arts was afforded opportunity for coaching and multiple opportunities for correction. And that was never offered to this director. He was just railroaded. I think we have a culture problem. We don't have a staff problem. Because when we continue to push people out with the same system, we have gatekeepers that need to be replaced. Without a change in culture, we are merely waiting for the next employee railroading to be dismissed with more smoke and mirrors. We still have the opportunity to do the right thing in the future, and I hope that we take it. Doing nothing can no longer be an option. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Is anyone else seeking discussion on this item? Okay, Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a question I wanted to get some clarity on, and I did ask it in committee, but I'm still not clear, and I've received questions from constituents, and I just can't answer the question. So I would like for us to just get it on the record so everybody hears it, and also hopefully I'll be able to explain it. So the $3 million deficit, from my understanding, initially was because the department was on track to have a deficit. And then in our budget hearing, we heard that the department was going to end the year with $40,000. So they were not going to have a deficit. But then it seems as though the $3 million was to cover the grants because we were awarding the higher of the grants that were awarded to people for the 2 different periods. I think where there's just some confusion is, had that not happened with the grants, would Metro Arts have still been operating at a deficit, or would they have ended with the 40,000, or would they still have been operating at a deficit? So if we could just get clarity on that, that'll be helpful.
Okay. Mr. Crumbo, you're recognized, sir, to respond to that question.
Yeah,
please.
sure. So look, I'm going to do the best I can. I know it's getting late and so forth, and setting aside the foolishness of Councilmember Stiles and some of the things that
Mr.
she had to say.
I know we're having, sir, listen. Hey, everyone. I know this is a difficult conversation, okay, but let's just take the temperature down. And if you will just respond to Ms. Porterfield's question, please.
Be glad to respond to that. So look, there's been a lot of talk about the numbers here. And as I said earlier, there is an operating deficit that has been underway most of the year. And that is really when we look at the actual activity versus the budget, right? And we've been headed that for a while. We have taken some steps to try and limit that and see if we can eliminate it. It'd be great if we can. I don't know that we will. What we have encountered in the process of doing that is a lot of commitments were made by the director and the board that were over and above that budget. The $3 million that I moved from the authority that this body gave me to do last year, that will be spent, and it will add to the ultimate deficit by the end of the year. Between now and then, I really don't know exactly what it's going to look like until we get the books and records closed and all the activities done. But that's where it is. I really don't know where the $40,000 computation comes from. I've heard that a few times. I really just don't understand where that is. But the other 2 numbers I gave you is really where I see things right now. Thank you.
Ms. Porterfield, does that address your question?
Thank you, Vice
Okay.
Mayor.
Ms. Evans, are you seeking to be recognized? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I've probably spent way too much time learning about the Arts Commission. I think this was it's a really unfortunate learning experience. I would encourage everybody to go back, watch all of the meetings, read all the information, because it really, I think you start to see a pattern. And so some of what Councilmember Stiles was illustrating related to patterns across departments, how people are treated, I can reflect on the last term and hearing about things that I didn't take action on. So I'm going to say, let's learn from this, because it's really, I think it's important for Metro employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Evans. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to be clear on this. I believe it was a $48,000 amount that was shared in the budget hearing, Vice Mayor. And so I just want to make sure the record is clear that it was the Finance Department that shared that information with us in the budget hearing. I also believe that most departments don't end up with a surplus, or if they do, it goes into the general fund and that they use up their budget. So I just want the record to show that any monies that are left over, and as we look at departments and their spending and where we're going to allocate, excuse me, money, or where we're going to take money from, if we're going with what the Finance Department tells us, we need to make sure that that's accurate. And I'm hearing conflicting information tonight. I have no questions. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Benedict. All right. There is a motion to approve the resolution authorizing this compromise and settlement with the former director, Daniel Singh. It has been properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this resolution passes. Moving next to agenda item 27, Resolution 2024-498, sponsors Porterfield and Evans. This is a resolution appropriating a total of $140,000 from the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Department of Health to Research Foundation of the City University of New York, OBO, National Network of Safe Communities, NNSC, as the recipient for the provision of strategic advising to key Nashville partners and stakeholders, including law enforcement, service providers, and community leaders, to implement NNSC's group violence intervention. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Public Health and Safety Chair Evans, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Porterfield, go ahead.
Move for approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. There's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay. Ms. Swara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. During budget committee meeting, I requested for some information from the department. I don't think we got it. I wanted to check with Ms. Darby now.
Ms. Darby is indicating that the information was not received, or Ms. Darby?
I have not received any follow-up information other than what was provided in committees.
Okay. Back to you, then.
Yeah, I think I'm going to move for a deferral.
Okay.
One of the things with a...
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A couple of things was discussed yesterday. One of it is that we're using external consultants when we have people here that can do things. The other thing was also these grants end in June, and we're just getting it now. So those were some of the questions. And the third thing is, as we're talking about youth violence, we're talking about things we need to do, the Department of Health is sitting on a whole lot of money and not doing anything about it. And so the list was to ask what organization they're working with, what is the point of the strategy, why did we get it late? and they were supposed to get it to us, and they did not. I hate to see if this will mess up the payment to the person that they got without asking us first, because we're paying for something that is already done. I don't know what we're approving, but they never get it. So with that, I'm going to move for at least 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. It's properly moved and properly seconded. You've heard Ms. Suarez's reason for her deferral motion. Is there any discussion on the 1 meeting deferral? Ms. Evans, Chair Evans, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. So we talked a little bit about this in public health and safety. And so for some additional clarification, it's not going to mess anything up if there's a deferral, but this particular grant was a carryover from last council term under Mayor Cooper. They had already contracted with the City University of New York. And so ultimately, we basically are at the end of the grant period, and so they have to get paid. So that was all part of that transition from Mayor O'Connell's office to the health department, one of those invoices that they caught at the end and had to
Mayor
get processed.
Cooper's office, I believe you were saying, the
I'm
previous
sorry.
administration,
Yes,
right?
okay, exactly. Yep. So it's just one of those. So it's to Councilmember Suarez's point. You know, there are questions I think that are important to understand, but it's not going to screw anything up because we already just need to pay it. And so it's not going to delay anything that much further.
Okay. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized on the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm standing in support of the deferral. It is imperative that, as council members, I think we try to do our due diligence and try to get as much information before the meetings as possible. But there are times when we're in committee and we cannot get certain information. And I think that the committee has been gracious by not deferring in committee and giving people, extra time to get that information to us prior to voting on the floor. But it is imperative that when we ask for information, we get the information so that we could do our due diligence to vet legislation. So I do stand in support of the deferral to give our committee, as well as the rest of the body, the information that was requested so that we could determine if this is something that we would like to support and move forward with. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on the 1 meeting deferral? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this item is deferred for 1 meeting. Our next resolution, not on okay, that concludes our resolutions. Okay, now, agenda item N, potentially a late resolution here, noted as N1 on your agenda. Sponsor Porterfield, a resolution approving amendment number 1 to contract number 6488663 between Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Metro, and Axon Enterprises. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will not be moving this today.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that puts us then to bills on first reading. Sections O, letter O. Okay, without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time, but I know we have at least 1 item that will need to be pulled. I think the sponsor is Ms. Vo. Ms. Vo, BL 2024-407, agenda item 69. You have a substitute. Did you want to pull that from first reading? Okay. Okay, that's fine, Ms. Vo. You do not have to pull that from first reading at this time for purposes of substitute, or Ms. Darby. Okay.
Oh, I gotta pull it up. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Vo?
Sorry, y'all. Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to pull this off consent.
Okay, all right. So
Thank
we're
you.
going to take it up after we vote on the other items.
Yes.
But, okay, so colleagues, this is all items on introduction and first reading, excepting Agenda Item 69, BL 2024-407 by sponsor Vo, may be voted on at the same time without objection. Okay. So everyone, any other items that need to be pulled from first reading consideration? Okay, Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I need to pull number 56, 2024-394. I am going to pull that for now, and I'm going to reintroduce it for the first meeting in July. I'd like to.
Oh, okay, so we'll come back to that one. I believe it's agenda item 56, ordinance BL 2024-394. Is that correct, Ms. Stiles? Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there a motion for approval of all items remaining on first consideration, excepting those two other items? Okay, properly seconded. Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Okay, so all those items on introduction and first reading have passed on to second reading with two exceptions, and we'll go back to those in order. First among them is agenda item 56, ordinance BL 2024-394, sponsor Stiles, Porterfield, Gamble, Welsh, Swara, and Ellis. This is an ordinance approving 3 option agreements authorizing the purchase of properties for a new elementary school in Antioch, Tennessee. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So I am pulling this bill tonight. I'd like to reintroduce it for the first meeting in July. It gives some more time to be able to work with the landowners and also MMPS.
So you are withdrawing the bill?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the bill is withdrawn. Okay, next is agenda item 69, ordinance BL 2024-407, sponsor Vo. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, changing from R6 to OR20A zoning for property located at 749 Linwood Avenue, approximately 30 feet west of Ridley Boulevard, 0.14 acres. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill and then move the substitute.
Okay, so there is a motion to approve just to get the bill properly before us. Is there a second? Okay, now to you, Ms. Vo, to move your substitute.
Great. Okay, so move.
Move to substitute.
Move to
Is there a
substitute.
second to the motion to substitute? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. I assume this is just a housekeeping substitute, Ms. Vo. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the substitution, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Hang on, Ms. Vo. We're back to you on your bill as substituted on first reading. So you're going to move approval.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
Okay, Ms. Vo has moved approval of her bill on first reading as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this bill has passed first reading as substituted. Okay, so that gets us through bills on introduction and first reading. Now we're going into second reading for items that were not on consent. And first among those on second reading is agenda item 88, ordinance BL 2024-343. Sponsors Stiles, Coopin, Eastlick, Vo, Ewing, and Swara. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.112 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the membership of the Metropolitan Nashville Arts Commission and the process for approving the criteria for awarding funds. Sponsor Stiles, I'm about to recognize you on your bill. Okay, Ms. Stiles, for your committee reports.
Yes. So didn't come before us. We had it last week. Could I get committee reports for anybody else that had it?
Yep. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance took up BL 2024-343. We took up Amendment 1 and voted 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We did not take up any of the additional amendments, and we voted on the legislation to defer it, 9 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting.
And how many meetings was that deferred?
2 meeting deferral, my
Two
apologies.
meeting. That's okay. So that's not going to be able to be by rule. So that's a 2-meeting deferral, and the committee only took up and considered Amendment 1. Okay, next is the report of the Rules Confirmation and Elections Committee. Go ahead, Chair Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted to defer 2 meetings, 4 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting. We did not take up any of the amendments, just the legislation.
Okay, understood. So Ms. Stiles, that's back to you with your committee reports in for a motion.
I would like to move for approval. I think there are 4 amendments. I'm in support of one of them. So I guess we can go through the.
Okay, so the recommendation of both committees is 2-meeting deferrals, but the motion that you are proposing is approval on second reading. Is there a second for the motion to approve on second reading? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. So we are on to discussion. Okay, it's back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much. So given, as we just recently discussed, what's going on with Metro Arts, it is important to have someone on the commission that's from this body that can ask questions and answer questions for commissioners. I have been asked several times from commissioners about what is going on, what's legal's responsibility, what's finance responsibility. People are still waiting for answers. I think it's a bit easier to have a council member present to get those answers more timely and to be able to be supportive, particularly as this department is going to be in the process of healing, staff-wise, commission-wise. If I may, Vice Mayor, may I speak to the amendment in which I'm supportive?
It is proper in discussion. You have the floor. You can move any among these amendments here.
Okay.
You have a late filed amendment as well, but that would require you to suspend the rules if you wanted to advance that amendment.
Okay, I'd like to start with the timely filed amendments if I could, and then get to the late filed.
Yep.
So Councilmember Allen has one in terms of staggering. It does also put the council member who is appointed on the commission for 2 years. I am in support of that amendment. I would like to.
Can you clarify, Ms. Stiles, if that is Amendment 2 or Amendment 3, please, ma'am?
I believe that is Amendment 2.
Let's just make sure we get the proper amendment.
Yes, it is Amendment 2.
Okay. So that's timely filed, and you were explaining that amendment.
Yes, so it, I guess, and I'm not sure how and if I can do this.
Let's first, if you will make a motion to amend with amendment number 2, so we can get a second on that for kind of description and discussion. Now
Well,
that we've
wait
clarified.
before we second, because there's a portion that I missed, and forgive me. It's the 2 years I'm supportive of, but this actually takes it away from our committee, and I think it needs to stay with our committee. So forgive me.
Okay.
Let me withdraw support of that amendment.
Okay, well, that amendment has not
I mean, I'm just
yet been
saying.
moved. We were just kind of clarifying if that was the one indeed that you would want to move.
Yes.
Okay.
The others, Councilmember Toombs had one that it should come before this entire body for it to be an individual to be appointed. My concern about having it appointed by the entire body is this. We have all been assigned to committees based on our desire, our passions, what's in our wheelhouse per se. This committee has been very engaged in this particular issue, so to have a name from that committee that comes before this body perhaps to vote on, I think that makes sense.
So, Ms. Stiles, if you will, let's discuss the amendment that you intend to take up. If that amendment were to be offered subsequently, we could explain and discuss that at that time. I
Okay.
know we're kind of working through it from a clarification standpoint, but you as lead sponsor have the floor at this time, and you can make a motion regarding the amendment.
okay.
So let's,
The late file, then I'll just go to the my late file amendment, which
okay. So,
I'd like to move my late file amendment.
okay. You will need to move to suspend the rules first to be able to take up that amendment.
I would like to suspend the rules, please.
Okay. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Okay, I see 3 objections, and thus the rules may not be suspended to take up your late filed amendment. So it's back to you.
Great, then
for
I'd
the
like
motion.
to move approval without any of the amendments on there at all in its original form with a member from the Apple Committee that would be placed on the Metro Arts Commission, and also that the process by which Metro Arts decides to do their grant process comes before us as an ordinance for 3 readings.
Okay, so Ms. Stiles, I think we already had that motion before us, properly seconded, which was the bill in its original form. And so you are renewing that motion. And now we are on discussion for the bill. And Ms. Sepulveda is first in the queue. Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized on this bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do want to thank the sponsor and the council members of the Arts, Parks, something or other Apple Committee. That what Jenny said, I know that everyone is very passionate about this and everyone's been working very hard. We do have a working committee that is looking at all boards and commissions. We have a long list of items to go through. One of them is the uniformity throughout all boards and commissions. There is a small number of council appointees coming from committees themselves. Again, from our discussion in budget, ultimately that leads the vice mayor to be the one appointing to those boards and commissions because she is the one that appoints us to our committees. Right now, that's all good and dandy, but we don't know what the future looks like. And so we don't want to start something, have a recommendation from the working committee, and then change it all over again. Another thing that legal is looking at is state law pretty much says that we can't have voting council members serve on boards and commissions that aren't created by charter or state that are voting members. So we're looking at that as well. We might have to change that for everyone. There's a number of things. With that being said, we have a tentative meeting with the working committee next week in which we will set a timeline. I think to be prudent, I would prefer that we move for a 2-meeting deferral until such time. So with that, I would move for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay, there's a 2-meeting deferral, properly moved and properly seconded. Okay, so the motion that is before us now is a 2-meeting deferral. Is anyone seeking to be recognized on the motion to defer 2 meetings? Okay, Mr. Nash, you are next in the queue. Go ahead,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman. I want to state my support for the motion for the 2-meeting deferral. Our committees have discussed this, and both of them have come up with a recommendation for 2-meeting deferral, and I think we ought to give our committee some respect for having their discussions. I think Council Lady Sepulveda has also brought up a couple of other issues that are worth discussion and worth waiting for. I think it is important that we get this whole Arts Commission thing fixed, and that's another good reason for not necessarily rushing. Let's make sure we got this right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nash. Ms. Allen, are you seeking to be recognized on the 2-meeting deferral motion? Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just going to say I support the 2-meeting deferral. I think we just need to do more thinking on this.
Thank you so much. Ms. Toombs, do you seek to be recognized on the 2-meeting deferral motion? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For the same reasons stated by Councilwoman Sepulveda, which is what we discussed in both budget and rules, I support the 2-meeting deferral.
Okay. Ms. Suara, do you seek to be recognized on the deferral? Go ahead, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The bill overall is good in terms of talking about the composition and the working of the Arts Committee. I think the only part that is contentious is who represent this council on that committee. And I'm afraid that if we try to force a vote tonight, we might actually lose a good bill just because of a part that we don't like. So for that, I will encourage that we defer it so we can at least the little part that is not good enough so we don't throw the baby out with the water. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stiles, it's back to you on the deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not in support of the deferral. I said it in both committees. I do appreciate that colleagues are suddenly deciding they want to get on board and figure out what's happening with arts and deliberate. I still maintain this has been going on for a year. I know it's new and fresh for a lot of people, but this is a current problem that needs addressing. So we defer it for 2 meetings. It seems like that's going to be the will of the body, so be it. And we can talk about it in 2 meetings.
Okay, I do not see anyone else seeking to be recognized on the 2-meeting deferral, though we might have a or some negative votes. This is on second reading, so we can take this by voice. So all in favor of a 2-meeting deferral on this bill, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this is deferred 2 meetings. Okay, next is agenda item 89, ordinance BL 2024-344, sponsors Stiles, Coupon, Eastlick, Vaux, Ewing, and Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend section 2.147.030 of the Metropolitan Code regarding the selection of members to the Nashville Music, Film, and Entertainment Commission. Chair Stiles, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. It was so much fun the first time. Let's do it again. So, my stance is still the same.
Ms. Stiles,
sorry.
you need to request your committee report, please.
Committee reports.
Okay.
Little
Chair
Miss Rules.
Sepulveda, you are recognized for the committee report, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay. It's back to you, Ms. Stiles, for a motion, please.
So, yeah, we'll just go ahead and do the 2-meeting deferral and have this party in 2 meetings.
Okay. All right. There is a 2-meeting deferral motion by Ms. Stiles. Is it seconded? Okay. Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the 2-meeting deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay. This matter is deferred 2 meetings. Okay, agenda item 90, ordinance BL 2024-374, sponsor Porterfield. This is an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 and declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Budget and Finance Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, to approve this and re-refer to Budget and Finance, and I would like to make that motion.
Is there a second? Okay, Chair Porterfield has moved approval on second reading with a re-referral to the Budget and Finance Committee, so this can track with the budget ordinance. Is there any discussion on this motion to approve and re-refer? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, you have approved this on second reading and re-referred it for third. Okay, next is agenda item 91, ordinance BL 2024-375. Let's see, this is sponsors Sepulveda, Stiles, Welsh, Huffman, Benedict, Evans, Gadd, Bradford, Parker, Gregg, Toombs, Horton, Swara, Taylor, Porterfield, Bowe, Webb, Prepty, Evans, Siegel, Harrell, Gamble, Hill, Rutherford, Spain, Cash, Coupin, and Ellis. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 4.20 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to establish a contract and compliance board for existing construction contracts of the Metropolitan government. Chair Sepulveda, sponsor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, to you, Chair Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered this item and voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve it.
Okay, and back to you, Ms. Sepulveda, for your committee report.
Rules voted 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, now it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to move for a 1 meeting deferral with a brief comment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So we had a great discussion in budget, and in order to make sure that we're working in good faith with all parties who are interested. By the way, if they reach out to you, tell them that they could call me as well. It'll make things go a lot quicker. Very happy to come to the table with anyone who has any questions or concerns so we could get this right and protect our workers. And we believe that we'll be able to accomplish that by next meeting. And I do want to thank everyone who has signed on board, with the majority of council already listed as a co-sponsor and the others that still haven't yet signed on but have already expressed the desire to vote for the legislation. We're confident that we're going to be able to put some teeth to finally protecting our workers. So I want to thank everyone who has been involved and everyone who has had questions and suggestions. But with that, I would renew my motion for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the 1 meeting deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor of 1 meeting deferral, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this is deferred 1 meeting to the meeting of June 18th. Okay, agenda item 92, ordinance BL 2024-376, sponsors Porterfield, Bradford, and Ellis. This is an ordinance creating the positions of 311 call center manager, 311 call center supervisor, criminal intelligence analyst 1, criminal intelligence analyst 2, criminal intelligence unit manager, criminal intelligence unit supervisor, family safety advocate senior, helicopter mechanic, helicopter maintenance supervisor, industrial control system specialist, logistics supervisor, office of family safety assistant director, police assistant chief Risk and Compliance Manager, Service and Security Officer 1, Service and Security Officer 2, Waste Services Assistant Director, Waste Services Director, Youth Case Manager 1, Youth Case Manager 2, Youth Case Manager 3, and Zoning Examiner 2. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve it and re-refer it back to Budget and Finance.
Okay. Government Operations and Regulations, Chair Bradford.
Government Operations, we voted to approve and re-refer, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Porterfield, for your motion.
Renew my motion for approval and re-referring back to committee.
Okay, is there a second? I think we got that earlier. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approval on second with re-referral to committee on third, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed. Second reading. Okay, with that, we have disposed of all items on second reading, and we are now on section Q of our agenda, bills on third reading that were not on consent. Okay, 105, agenda item 105 is ordinance BL 2024-271, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 316 Homestead Road, approximately 240 feet south of South Ridge Drive, 1.56 acres to permit 23 multifamily residential units. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Move for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded. So not wishing to take up the amendment at this time? No. Okay, got it. Is there any discussion on the 1 meeting deferral? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is deferred 1 meeting to June 18th, or given that it's on third? June 18th. Okay, deferred to June 18th, Ms. Toombs. Okay, next, also sponsor Toombs is agenda item 106, ordinance BL 2024-272. This is an ordinance to authorize the building materials restrictions on the bill that we just took up. Probably should have taken them together, Ms. Toombs. Is there a motion?
Move to defer 1 meeting.
Okay. Properly moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on this 1 meeting deferral? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral motion, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is also likewise, because they are companion bills, deferred to June 18th. Next is agenda item 107, sponsor Toombs, ordinance BL 2024-317. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 2840 and 2842 Buena Vista Pike, approximately 58 feet east of Mike Shields Court. This is 3.53 acres to permit 46 multifamily residential units. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Madam Vice Mayor, do you also want to do 108, the companion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, because they are companions to each other. Let's see. And do they both have a sub? Okay, so we've got to take them separate because one substitute is timely filed and the other one is late filed. And so we'll have to split those. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so let's have a motion on 317 to get it before us.
Move for a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. Pardon? Okay, I apologize. If you are not moving the substitute, then you may absolutely take those together. And so also, if you want to amend your motion to include 318 and combine those for a 1 meeting deferral.
Move for a 1 meeting deferral for 317 and 318.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and properly seconded. Thank you, Ms. Toombs. All in favor? Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no, any abstaining? Okay, we are done. Our next regular council meeting will be on Tuesday, June 18th, but we will have a special meeting in these chambers on Tuesday, June 11th at what time? June 11th. Anyway, June 11th, look at your calendars. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.